Madam Mayor, it is 6:04. Somehow we lost a minute and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you out in Radio Land. Good evening and welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy,
Now, I know he's coming from a conference and told me that he very well might be late tonight.
okay.
The traffic is bad.
Okay, Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Okay, thank you. The invocation will be led by Sarah Malega and the pledge will be led by Commissioner Diaz. Please rise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today is Be a Friend with Faith. Be a friend with faith who lifts the friend who's fallen, encourage the loved one who's down, speak hope into their spirit. Step in and believe for the coworker who can't believe for themselves. Remind them that God is still on the throne, that what he started, he's going to finish. Your faith will cause the creator of the universe to shine down favor, healing, and victory. Father, thank you for the people that you have placed in our lives and the special role that you have given us in their lives. Thank you that you can make our words of encouragement and bring healing and renewed strength. Help us to see who we can bless and lift up today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, thank you.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
There are not, Madam Mayor.
Great. So we're going to skip right to presentations. First up on the presentations is a presentation regarding the donation of a small boat storage rack by Ted Johnson, who is the Commodore of the Lake Worth Sailing Club. But
The fabulous person who talked about that.
I know Commissioner Diaz has been working with him. I've been working with him. I don't know who else. And there he, for the record, Mr. McBoy has entered the room. So we do have a sailing club. So you've got 10 minutes, Mr. Johnson, and I believe you have. Yeah, you do. Okay, great. It's up on the screen.
As it says, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and the City Manager for allowing us to come before the podium. And especially Commissioner Diaz, who got us on the agenda. Oh, do I click this? Wonderful.
We're very high tech here.
All right. This is a modest proposal to better utilize the Lake Worth Beach waterfront, and hopefully it'll be more fun than some of the issues you had to deal with these days. We propose building a rack to store small watercraft near the intercoastal to make it easier for people to enjoy our waterfront in an environmentally friendly way. A lot of the traffic in and out of Lake Worth is powerboat traffic off the Bryant Park boat ramp. And we'd like to encourage the other kind of boat traffic. So we'd like to get some racks up. Who are we? We're the Lake Worth Sailing Club is a nonprofit corporation dedicated to encouraging sailing, kayaking, and other small boat use in Lake Worth Beach. On our board are 7 Lake Worth residents with many years of sailing and boating experience. We have 340 followers on Facebook, yay. And we're now beginning to offer $20 annual social memberships as a way of financing things like a kayak rack and any other projects we might get into. The original 7 members were Ted Brownstein, Sam Goodstein, Jim Kelly, Erwin Robinson, Dave Zimmerman, and Dean Sherwin, who's now sailing with the clouds, and a new member, Steve Lockwood. So that's who we are. What do we propose? What we needed or could use is a place to store small watercraft near the water. In fact, in a recent poll on our Facebook site, 84 residents said that they would use racks near the water or approve of such racks being made available. Residents often struggle to get their watercraft to the water, especially those who live in condos or have no storage space on their properties and who can't lift boats on top of their cars or don't have trailers and we all enjoy the convenience of having our watercraft by the water. I have one in my backyard. It rarely makes it out. And I would very much like to have a place to keep it by the water. What are other cities doing? Just did a quick search on Google and came up with a bunch of examples. Sea Isle, New Jersey stood out. They have 112 spaces. They're free. Excuse me. And they use a lottery system. There's more demand than 112 spaces. The population of Sea Isle is 2,000 people. So they were able to do it. Now they do grow to some number of 100,000 in the summer. So there's more going on there than that. City of Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah. They rent them out. They have 16 racks. They rent them out for $130 annually for residents and $240 for non-residents. And then they have a 2 craft deal. Superior, Wisconsin, $100 a year for residents, $200 a year for non-residents. And their population is 26,000, more representative of Lake Worth Beach. Huntington Beach, way over in California, has racks, simple racks like this, which is something we could do quite easily. And they charge $56 a year for a space on the rack. Most cities use a simple application process, and a lottery is very common if demand exceeds supply. Sure. There are, what kind of racks are there? There are many commercial racks available. This shows a few different kinds of racks that are purchasable, and they run $2,000-3,000 each, and are installed generally. Some of them are freestanding. That would give us the ability to, if we pick the wrong location, to move it, or installed in a concrete pad. And I think that's pretty common.
How many for that $2,000 or $3,000? How many do they?
That would be for the rack with 6 positions, generally. Yeah. Big question is where to put a rack. Our favorite choice was the golf course, but I guess we've been told that the kayaks are going to be removed from the golf course because of conflict or liability with golfers and kayakers. So that was not open. That was in a meeting with staff. We also were interested in looking at the fisherman's jetty, and thought that would have possibilities, but there's a project underway to redesign the jetty, so we were asked not to position it there. So that leaves Snook Island, which is not a bad location. There's room possibly under the bridge where they'd be protected from weather. There's room closer to the kayak launch. There's a dock down there which was intended for kayaks. It's been broken for a year or two, but
What's broken about it? I don't know anything about kayaking.
yeah, it's usable. But well, if you can see the bottom right photograph, there used to be 2 fingers.
Oh.
And the kayak would go down the middle, and there was a bar across between the 2 fingers, so that someone could get in the kayak who would otherwise fall out of the kayak or something. So there is advantage to using that. And there's already a police camera that's on the top of that pole. In terms of sort of security and what's going on down there, there's already a police camera that's live, and recently there were some thefts down on the dock, and the police were able to back it up and actually catch someone in the act.
Lighting, more lighting down.
You could use more lighting probably. It's not too bad though. There is lighting down there. And it's open till midnight for those who like an evening kayak through the Snook Island. And it's right in the middle of Snook Islands, which is a wonderful place to kayak. So it's not a bad place at all. There are some bicycle racks down there that aren't very heavily used that are embedded in concrete, a concrete pad. And that could be extended, that concrete pad. You can see these little snaky things. Well, I can't get anywhere to point at them, but it's a kayak, bicycle rack that goes like this, and there are, I don't know, 10 or 12 positions there. I don't think there's a lot of use of that. That space and that kind of pad would be one option. There are other bicycle racks across the sidewalk from those. So it's well provided with bicycle racks, and most of the fishermen who ride bicycles down there take their bikes out on the dock and chain them to the dock where they're fishing. So we have never seen a great deal of use of those racks, or there are other spaces there, so we wouldn't have to take away anything we already have to add something new. So Snook Islands is where we sort of ended up with. This is the fishing jetty, and ultimately, I think this is there's a little beach there for launching, and from there it's a short kayak over to Snook Islands. I think there's a possibility for. Ultimately, I think there would be a lot of demand, and there might be demand for more than one rack, and hopefully in the new plans for the jetty, we might have incorporated some space for storage of boats.
After you and I spoke today, I spoke with Lauren Bennett about
Yes.
it and just asked her a little clarification. And she said, yeah, really, that obviously could be part of the plan for Bryant Park, but she didn't want to start something and then have to move everything, rather to get you kind of where you, at Snook Islands where you can stay and maybe expand at some point.
Sure.
Yeah. He was right on board.
This is not a complex thing.
No.
It conceivably could be moved. And there are freestanding ones that could be more easily moved. I think we would want one embedded in concrete
Yeah.
because we tend to have some winds down here,
Yeah, that,
and we wouldn't want to see it go walkabout.
so it seems like the presentations, we really don't get into conversations, but we're all here now, and it seems like something we could talk about. I think it's a wonderful idea. I do. I would like to see the city work with, if you have some contributions to some part of the cost, I'm going to sit with the city manager with Mr. Diaz and kind of work out the particulars. I am, for one, completely think this is a great idea.
Sure.
So do we have consensus to go forward on some level and maybe tag Mr. Diaz to be your official contact
Sure.
with Ms. Davis?
Sure. Yeah, we feel strongly about it. We would take $500 out of our treasury to try to kick it off. We could also do a fundraiser, but we're hoping there might be some commissioner discretion funds or some parks budget or something. Maybe some things could be combined
It would be
to
helpful then if you
get
firmed up-
something nice. I think it would be nicer to get, I mean, I've got, on my next slide, I'm proposing something that we could do at the drop of a hat, but
I think
the commercial racks being 2,000 or 3,000, we spend that on playground equipment
Right.
quite often, and so it's not an unreasonable. And I found a local welder who will fabricate one from aluminum stock for around $1,000. Now that could go up probably, but that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and
not a lot
it's-
of money in any event. You know, we
Right.
could all chip in from some of our discretionary funds or something to find a way to do it. So
Sorry. Could I walk down the dais and get commitments on that?
Let's have a bidding war.
Yeah.
Do I
And
50?
and there's a possibility of having naming rights. Maybe we can do something fun with naming rights and
Yeah.
little sponsored by signs on it, and get some of the merchants to participate. I don't know. All we can do. We could do something, we could do a concrete proposal. But the city ultimately is going to decide whatever it is we're going to
Let's
do.
get together, talk,
So-
and figure out something, come back to us with some costs and some a definite plan, and I hope we make it work. I think Commissioner Malega had her light on. We have to be careful of time, but
I'm gonna go quickly.
Yeah.
As somebody who loves the paddle board and doesn't have a garage, I had to buy an inflatable paddle board, so I love this idea. I don't have to schlep a real board anywhere. I have just one question. Are you gonna do a lottery? How are we gonna make sure that it's adequate and equitable for anybody to use them? I'm sure you guys have
I
plans, so
think
tell
that's
us later.
devil in the details thing that they'll want.
But I did want to mention, apply for funding through Healthier Lakewood Beach. I sit on the board and we do have some sponsorship money still available. Get with, anybody can email me and I'll make sure that you get the application, apply for funding, because this is exactly what Healthier Lakewood Beach likes to do. Let's get involved with projects that are healthy, but it's mind, body, soul, right? Like it's environment, it's everything. So it encompasses everything.
Even if we start teaching every kids how to paddle.
Every generation. So this is something that I think Healthy Lakewood Beach, speaking off the cuff, would be interested in at least having a conversation on the steering committee.
And paddle boards would certainly be part of this whole thing, so.
I think it's exciting.
Carbon fiber paddles are the way to go for anybody who's listening.
If I had a kayak, I would like a clear kayak, so you can.
Yeah.
What year
Yeah,
they make them, yeah.
Yeah.
This is my boy.
Just two suggestions, when you do the naming rights, make it per arm on it, so you can get full benefit.
full benefit from the naming rights. This arm is,
And the other suggestion was, if you go, which I would encourage, the local fabrication route, which would be great. You might do it where you set it in a concrete pad, but it's on a concentric pole with a pin that's locked. So you could move it without,
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
yeah.
That's the kind of detail that we'd have to work out with the city and be up to them in the end, what they feel secure with. I mean, we originally were going to have a wood one with a roof on it, had a pretty picture of that. But Lauren pointed out, and Lauren with the city pointed out that it would blow away in a good storm. So we nixed that and went to more of a bare pole.
The other thought is, which I'm sure you've already thought of, is some form of locking system so people can lock their paddle boat.
Right. What,
They should leave them free.
Yeah, there's,
so everybody could use your kayak.
it is from Madison, Wisconsin, where we had the yellow Jersey bike store that just put the bikes out. So yeah,
Ah, so we could do that too. We could buy a bunch of kayaks
Really?
and put them on the racks. Yeah, the sit on top paddle boards have the holes in them that you can easily wrap a chain through. Canoes are easy to chain. I don't know about stand-up paddle boards and how you secure those.
Well, we can do all those details.
But
Work out.
that's detail and we can work with you on that.
Okay, so do we have consensus to go forward? Go for it.
Yep.
Yep. Ms. Commissioner Stokes?
Yeah, Carmen, I'm sure staff will work on
Yeah.
a proposal.
No, I'm very excited about it. I think it'd be great. One word.
Great.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you all. All right.
Thank you.
You did a good job.
Make sure to delegate some of this to Herman too. He's a.
Yeah. fine. Oh, okay. Oh, if you'd like to do that, you could do that.
close, I don't know, whatever. All right. I believe next up is B, a proclamation declaring April 18 as Lineman Appreciation Day. As I believe the city manager conveyed, I was at a conference, so I wasn't able to be there at lunch, but Whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach electric utility system provides services to over 27,000 homes and businesses and must be maintained in operation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year during periods of rain, cold, heat, thunderstorms, and hurricanes. And whereas the national system of electric transmission lines is kept in high state of readiness and reliability by over 120,000 dedicated and skilled men and women, collectively known as electric linemen, line people sounds odd, but linemen, and who are essential and valued employees at all electric utilities across the country. And whereas electric linemen are a cohesive group who must work safely in hazardous conditions, think 26,000 volts or higher, while maintaining and restoring electric service to our homes and businesses, and who have chosen a career in the electric utility industry and have achieved certification as linemen after rigorous apprenticeship to perform a job that has been ranked as one of the 10 most dangerous jobs in the country. Whereas the linemen of our city of Lake Worth Beach electric utility are dedicated and hardworking individuals who perform this work daily to ensure the safe and reliable delivery of electric energy to our homes and businesses. And whereas it is most fitting and proper that the city of Lake Worth Beach observe this special day to recognize Lake Worth Beach hometown heroes, our electric utility linemen. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 18, 2023 as Lineman Appreciation Day. See some, but in the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida. And call upon all residents of Lake Worth Beach and surrounding community, where we also have service, to be particularly mindful of the dangerous work performed day in and day out by our dedicated workers and show their appreciation at every opportunity by recognizing linemen throughout Lake Worth Beach. Whereof, in witness whereof, I've hereunto set my hand, caused the seal of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed this 18th day of April, 2023.
And we do have some folks, electric utilities here tonight. Come on up. I just want to also say we did have a lunch today. Yeah. We had a wonderful barbecue over at the casino, and I was able to, Commissioner Malega was able to address the folks and say really thank you for what you do. And also a note of positivity, which doesn't often happen. Today on Facebook, which everyone knows I'm on a lot, a woman from our city thanked the linemen specifically for the work that they did over the past weekend with those crazy storms and getting the power back on. And I told them that I told that woman that I would be at the lunch and I would be telling you guys that we really do appreciate you. So let's have a picture. Are we all going on? Yeah. Everybody.
Yeah, this.
Oh, you know that.
Yeah. You guys find out.
Thank you. Sure. We'll get to. Well, I try. Okay, next up. is the proclamation declaring April 22nd, 2023 is Earth Day, and Mr. Diaz will read that one.
All right. Earth Day. Whereas Earth Day can provide a special time to draw people together in appreciation of their mutual home, planet Earth, and bring a global feeling of community through realization of our deepening desire for life, freedom, and love, and our mutual dependence on each other. And whereas the creation of a healthy environment requires the establishment of a stable human society where the economic and material desires of humankind are balanced with ecological concerns. And whereas the theme for Earth Day 2023 is Invest in Our Planet, focusing on engaging governments, institutions, businesses, and the more than 1 billion citizens who participate annually in Earth Day to do their part. Everyone accounted for, everyone accountable. And whereas in 2023, we must come together in partnership for the planet, businesses, governments, and civil society are equally responsible for taking action against the climate crisis and to accelerate change towards a green, prosperous, and equitable future. And whereas through voluntary action, individuals can join with one another in building the earth in harmony with nature and promote support thereof by private and government agencies. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach as a waterfront community has a special interest in cleanup efforts for Lake Osborne, the Lake Worth Lagoon, and the C-51 Canal. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach has made neighborhood beautification a priority, including the planting of trees and enhancement of green space. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach takes pride in its natural resources and conservation efforts. And whereas Earth Day each year can foster a common recognition that we must join together to invest in our planet's future for the health of future generations. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2023 as Earth Day.
Thank you.
And I guess before we do a photo, I don't know if someone's out there to receive it, but I did want to take the moment to highlight that we do have a number of events on Earth Day, some of it related, some of it, a lot of it is self-care. But for example, starting at 9 a.m. and noon at Mountain Space Gallery, there's a movement and meditation get together. And then, of course, J Street closes down 12 to 5 for arts and crafts. And then from 6 to 8, there is a art show with our very own Jill Carlin at Memory Trees, 810 Lake Avenue. That one I think you have to sign up for, so you can maybe share a link. Also at 6 p.m., there's an opening reception for another artist, Nina Davowitz at Mountain Space Gallery. And then, of course, halfway through the day, you're going to need fuel. So from 3 to 6, we have Taco Fiesta at Bryant
Right.
Park.
Busy day.
Busy day, busy Earth Day.
Our weekends are always something else. Now, a proclamation declaring April 16th to the 22nd as National Volunteer Week.
Right. Whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach recognizes the enormous contribution that volunteers and voluntary community-based organizations make to the social, cultural, and economic development of our city. And whereas it has been recognized that the contributions made by volunteer hours result in a significant and positive impact on the quality of life of the residents of the city of Lake Worth Beach. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach recognizes and shows its appreciation to all volunteers and encourage the continuation of volunteerism. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority invested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 16th through the 22nd, 2023 as National Volunteer Week, and urge all residents to lend their time and skills to this worthwhile activity. And witness whereof, she has set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be fixed this 18th day of April, 2023.
Thank you very much. And I have to shout out about volunteers because it's very, we talk about term limits for the commission. We talk about, different committees that don't have enough people. People really need to step up. If you are interested in the city and you have some time on your hands, please think about volunteering for a board. And some of you come to different meetings. Think about in a couple of years, there's term limits. Think about running for commission. We need people to be involved, and volunteering is really a great way to get started. So thank you. I'm up next. And I'm going to proclaim National Library Week. Whereas libraries create potential and possibilities within their communities, campuses, and schools. And whereas libraries level the playing field for all who seek information and access to technologies. And whereas libraries continuously grow and evolve in how they provide for the needs of every member of their communities. And whereas libraries and librarians open up a world of possibilities through innovative programming, job-seeking resources, and the power of reading. And whereas librarians are trained, tech-savvy professionals providing technology, training, and access to downloadable content like ebooks. And whereas libraries support democracy and affect social change through their commitment to provide equitable access to information for all library users, regardless of race, ethnicity. Thank you. Creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, volunteers, and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 23rd through the 29th of 2023 as National Library Week. And I encourage all residents to visit the library this week and take advantage of the library resources available at your library. Unlimited possibilities await you at the library. And we have our own august librarian, Cindy Ansell, to come and get this. Let's all back down.
I just want to invite everyone to come to the library on
Can you
Tuesday.
speak into the mic, please?
I like to-
Can you turn on the mic and speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
You're right there.
There you go. Okay. Tuesday night, the 25th, we are having a library night and we're having a great speaker. We're having trivia, we're having tours, we're having all kinds of fun things. So come to the library Tuesday night.
Your mommy has. Will you guys come to the library?
And I think it's particularly important at this point in our state's history that we do recognize the importance of libraries and the importance of open exchange. Wide range of.
We have an amazing library. We are very lucky. Years ago, the county wanted to take it over. The city was smart enough to keep it independent, and it's a good thing. So next, we have a crime status update by Captain Todd Bear.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm here tonight with my Lieutenant Lavinia. We're ready for anything you throw our way. I'm drinking smart water, so I'm ready and raring to go.
Hey, do you have any more of that?
Yeah, really.
I might need a refill about halfway. Yep, I got the thing. I got it. As the mayor stated, this report's crime data. The state released our 2022 data recently. It's not on their FDLE site yet, but they released it to us. So I am here with that data from January to December of 22, along with our plan for addressing what's going on now, some community policing updates, and then your regular overdose update. There's the crime data for 22. It's a little hard to see. I made it as big as I could and still fit on the slide. Overall, it's really good news. We were down 12.3% overall crime. That's property and violent. The biggest thing on there is property or violent crime was down 26%, which is a real big deal. I was happy with that. It actually didn't feel that good, but the numbers came out better than they felt last year. This is on top of a really good 2021. If you recall, we were down 20-something% in 21, but most of that was property crime decreases. They kind of flip-flopped. This past year, it was more violent crime going down and less property crime. We are really at a lowest point in my 29 years in and out of Lakewood Beach. Most of the categories are less than half of what they were, late 80s, early 90s, right up to when we merged in 2008. Almost every crime category is less than half. And that's really crazy to think just how busy it was then, because it still feels pretty busy now. And the other thing I really like is I've only so far seen the different areas of the sheriff's office. We were one of a handful that were down for 22. Most of our areas were up and saw an increase. I'm curious to see when FDLE posts on their website what the other coastal cities did. I'm curious to see, because we typically compare more similar to the cities than a lot of our unincorporated areas. But that was a little surprising. We were one of the ones that were down.
Nice to get good news.
Yes. Yeah,
Can we make that say Lakewood Beach? Why does it say Lakewood Police Department?
that's the state. That's out of my hands. Like, we could try to tell them, but that's us. They're going by when we had a police department. Yeah,
Work on that.
that's the state. There it is. Overall, it was 12.3 something, round up to 4. The violent crime was the big number, and the property crime is really low through 2022. There's the ups and downs. You can see on there, robberies stand out to me. That's the second year in a row we were under triple digits. Last year was the first time I recall that happening. We've had years where we were 300 plus, and that crime really hurt our data over the years because of the numbers. Same with burglaries. We're down into the low hundreds. There were years we had 300-400 plus burglaries. Ag assaults went down with the biggest drop, and most of those are reported crimes. It's not something we can proactively stop. So it was good to see that those went down quite a bit. Now you're not going to see that. What I want to point out, that's the good news. That was up to 2022. This is year to date 23. The right hand corner is year to date, and as you see, all the red arrows are pointing up. We're up in pretty much everything, which was somewhat to be expected because we've been down so many years in a row. That doesn't mean we're going to throw in the towel and give up. We're gonna battle, but we're battling on pretty much all fronts right now. This is one of the busier times since I've been here for the last 8 years. And not just on crime, that's the crime data, but we're dealing with all the social issues too that are all up. The homelessness, the overdoses, just calls in general. A lot of our crimes are non-crime, but we're getting more and more. So we are really busy ever since 2023 started.
Can you identify like an area of the city or the type of crime that's prevalent, or is
It's basically everything. We are up traffic crashes, you name it. Everything's up this
that's
year.
counted in that?
That's not on there. No, that's just what the state tracks. That's your violent crime and your property crime. But we have our hands full right now. And it's not the first time. It's not our first rodeo. We will keep doing what we're doing. We have some good plans in place. And as I said, it wasn't completely unexpected. It can't just keep going down.
Could we get those flashing, you are going this fast, and those, I get a lot, I'm sure we all do, get a lot of, people fly down my street. Traffic speed and people going the wrong way is always a big problem here. And if we could be a little more proactive with that, I think.
We share those assets, and they're not just flashing. Those are smart. They're all smart trailers. So they're recording data. So we're using one right now on South Lakeside and then South Palmway in reference to a complaint. I have to put in for them and we get them as needed, but we don't have like a ton of them.
The city doesn't have one dedicated to it?
I don't know if the city has one. No, we don't. We don't have them dedicated. They're regional assets.
I was in Green Acres earlier today and I went down the street and it was 25 and I hit 30 and it's like, slow down. But it was
There's
there's
no
no
effect.
pole in the ground. Oh,
They may have bought those.
There's a pole in the ground off of, in Green Acres next to the side street where the Olive Garden is. I don't know.
Oh, right, yeah.
57.
But it's 25 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And I thought that
It was
was
a
weird.
permanent fixture.
It's a permanent fixture in the ground and it said slow down. When I hit 30, I was like, oh.
I'm going to guess the city put those in.
That sounds like with our vast,
I like them.
resources, we could put some of those. I mean, we could look at maybe a grant for safety or something, because they really get your attention.
Yeah. The captain, we had a complaint a few, I don't know, months back around the golf course of people going in and out, like rushing to their tee times and like through the neighborhoods, the golf course. And I asked for that and you guys were pretty responsive, got it out there.
Yeah.
And then they wanted to stay forever but it's on loan. But if there are certain areas of the city that we're getting a lot of complaints about, they were really responsive on that.
We work really closely with Jamie and other city staff, and we have a system in place for when the complaints come in. Typically, we put it in place for 7 days. It monitors the data. After about 7 days, it runs out of juice. So that's why we do the week. And then it records all kinds of data and we determine, from there, whether the city wants to put in a speed bump or a sign or things like that. So it works pretty well. The system we do have in place.
I came down again, L Street today. There was a car absolutely just parked the wrong way on L Street, facing north on L Street. I mean, they didn't even bother to turn around and like park in the right direction.
That's a parking ticket.
I hope. So, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Here's the plan, which is we're sticking to the plan we've been using. That's the two-prong approach I believe I've explained before. We focus, of course, on the violent part 1 and part 2 crime, but we try to give almost equal emphasis to quality of life issues because a lot of times the little stuff leads to the big stuff. And of course, if you're out on a quality of life issue and the alert tone rings and it's a violent crime, we drop what we're doing. We go a traffic stop, we give them a warning and we go. But the lieutenant and I really try to preach to our deputies that, it's the quality of life stuff. It's the little stuff.
It really is.
That
That's
really
the stuff that
matter.
affects, like
And
being stolen.
It's been very successful. So even though the crime's up, we're going to stick with that plan. We're going to continue to seek grants. Our grants division's been very friendly to Lakewood Beach as far as giving us grants. The $1 million one ended, but we currently have a railroad grant starting and we have 2 traffic grants, the impaired driving, and we still have the pedestrian or. Yeah, we just have the impaired driving and we're sharing that one 50-50 with Wellington, but we're out there frequently. We've made some cases already. Lieutenant works them as well.
Is that a traffic stop? What is that?
Traffic DUIs,
Oh.
impaired driving.
Road stop.
Yeah.
Oh,
But when you're out there looking for DUIs, we're finding other things. So I love the grants because anything we get to flood the city with deputies, while we're preventing one thing, we're preventing other things. So it's worked out really well for us.
I'm curious, are you looking at just cars and motor vehicles? Because electric bikes are popular, golf carts, and you can get a DUI on a motorized. It's cool.
the way I've seen some of those little move.
We will, technically, you can do any of them, a bicycle, a boat, an electric bicycle, but it's mainly cars. We have a lot of crashes you've seen before in our area, a lot of hit and runs. I was coming to work, it wasn't even 7 a.m. the other day and there was a hit and run DUI. It's at like 6:50 in the morning on a Wednesday into Thursday. So it's definitely an issue, no doubt about it. We work really hard really close with the Real-Time Crime Center. As I'd mentioned before, we have probably 80 some cameras in the city and we have AOPRs or tag readers catching every ingress and egress in and out of the city. Those were down, several of those were down for a while there was a warranty issue, but the city has since cleared that up. And I believe all are repaired at this point. So that's a big tool for us, catching the bad guys coming in and out of the city and stolen cars. The CP, community policing, and my street crime unit, those are my deputies that don't have to take radio calls typically. And we like to use them not only for their regular function, but to target our hotspots. Our analyst is constantly showing them where the hotspots are, and we put them there to cool them off. That's working well. We have a really good relationship with the state attorney's office and the U.S. attorney's office, and I'll mention some of that later. And then we're doing lots of special operations. We do district initiatives. We have a few we just started now for burglaries. We have a homeless initiative and a few others that we're putting into the hotspots. I mentioned the grant that's about to kick off. It was supposed to kick off a few months ago. There's been some bureaucracy involved, but we're getting there. We definitely were awarded the grant. The impaired driving grant is in progress. The Why'd You Stop Me training is something I saw at the at an FBI National Academy conference last year, and I helped bring it here. The city manager attended. I thought that was really good.
I have to ask you, what is WYFN?
Why'd You Stop Me? Interesting
Why'd you
title.
stop me?
It's an interesting title. A former officer from California created this program, and he trains our side, deputies and civilian staff, as well as the public. And it's bridging the gap between the two and trying to prevent tragedies, anywhere we can prevent, a use of force death or an officer death. That's the main goal, but it's basically improving relationships with the community. And he does it in a way where he's a really strong personality, and I think people respond to him. It's hard to get cops to respond to you in a training program, and then to also be able to have citizens respond to you. There's not a lot of people like that, and he's one. He's really good at it. So we brought him in a few months ago. We did 5 trainings with our people and 1 with community leaders, formal and informal. We're going to try to get him back. One of the people in your class connected me with the provost of Palm Beach State, and she wants to host him and train the college students. I think that'd be great. We talked yesterday, her and I and Jason. She's really good.
Yeah.
And so that we're going to try to keep that going as much as we can to keep him coming back and doing that training. Prostitution operations, we're in the maintenance phase. That's gotten a lot better in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. But it's something that requires constant maintenance.
Depends on the neighborhood.
Yeah. It's getting there. The noise complaint initiative, we've got the citations now. We've started it. We've issued a few. I think it's going to be a success. I don't think it's perfect, but I don't know if perfect's out there, but I think it's a lot better than what we were doing. So it's still new. I think we've issued a handful so far. So I'll probably be able to report more on the next presentation, but I think it was definitely a step in the right direction. I attended a felon reentry simulation up in Riviera Beach, which is Lakewood Beach and Riviera Beach are part of a U.S. Attorney's grant called Project Safe Neighborhoods. So they want to come here next. It was really good. In that one, they played role players around a big meeting room where you played like the probation office, the bank, the driver's license office. And then community leaders played the role of someone getting out of prison, and you had time and you had to go around, and it just showed just how hard it can be when you get out of prison and you want to go straight. And it was a real eye opener. When they come here, we would like to do it with business owners to show, just how hard it is. And maybe they'll give someone a chance that's coming out that's trying to do the right thing. So we're working really close with Adam McMichael of the U.S. Attorney's Office on that. And I'm hoping that we can host that here in the fall. It's hard to explain it and do it justice, but when you sit through it, it was really interesting. And everyone had the same recurring theme was, wow, this is really hard. And you could be standing in line waiting to get your driver's license, and they hand you a baby doll, and they're like, oh, by the way, you have a baby, and you've got to find a way to take her to daycare. And it just feels like the weight of the world is on you. So it was interesting.
Sorry, I missed it.
The homeless thing, I've had some meetings with different neighborhood groups about the homeless situation. It's definitely increased. We have a few things in place that I'd be able to tell you more on next time because we're just getting them rolling. But we recognize that there's been an increase and it affects a whole bunch of different things, but we're working on it.
Thank you. Thank you for meeting with my neighborhood folks.
And then the body worn camera program is going really well. The video quality is amazing. The quality of cases we're making is amazing. The things it helps us with, such as statements and things, are amazing. My first complaint, I was able to look at the video and it showed that the deputies did it right. That was nice to see, which we've been hearing it's going to be that way most of the time, but the very first one, and based on the complaint, I had my doubts, but when I watched the video, it was nice to see that it was done right. Now, some of the tough parts, we're working out some logistical kinks, battery life, things like that. And it definitely takes some of their time. It takes more time than you would think it does.
when they're preparing cases to file with the state attorney, it can take them a while to bookmark the videos. You know, before we would make an arrest and you had one document and all we knew was what was on the four corners of the page. Now, if 3 or 4 deputies were there, you get hours of video, and the state attorneys don't have time to do that. So our guys and girls are having to go through it and bookmark it all. So we don't have the time to do that sometimes. So you see, there is a factor. They have to download their videos. You know, there is some extra work involved, but I think ultimately it's still a really good program.
Is it possible to have sort of a policy, and I don't know what's the easy way to note it, but as an officer is going through the day and you go to this one, you just note 2 p.m. or maybe that's already noted on something else so that you have some timestamps that would at least.
There are ways, there's buttons they can push to bookmark.
Yeah.
And as they get more used to it, they'll get better at doing that. If they miss that, they have to go back and do it the old fashioned way. So it's going to get better and better. And we were the first region to do it. So we're the learning curve, but they're picking it up really quick. It's yet another device they're wearing, but they're picking it up quick.
And I want to thank Commissioner Malega for pushing that one. She was a little bit of a pain in the neck for a while, but it worked out. A little bit. Thank you for anything else. Oh, here we go.
Overdoses. As I mentioned, you know, crime's up, but everything seems to be up, and overdoses are no exception. You see the last few months, they've been steadily, I wouldn't say rising, but they've been hovering at a higher level than we've seen in the last 8 or 9 months. It's basically, you see it started in January. The good news is the fatals are the top number and they're lower. In general, the Narcan, I believe Narcan is over the counter now. Narcan is the difference. The fatals are people they use and they're by themselves and no one finds them until the next day. Generally, if someone's around, we're having really good luck with the Narcan. We have it and we've used it, I wouldn't say several times. We're fortunate. We've used it a handful of times. We're fortunate that we have fire rescue so close. So usually they're getting there right around the time we are. But that's the difference. If we didn't have Narcan, those numbers would probably be flipped the other way. Because with the fentanyl out there, you just don't know what you're using at this point. It's roulette. And questions?
Any questions?
Yeah.
All right, the lights are going on. Commissioner Malega.
I just wanted to, you had sent an email last week in regards to a wanted fugitive that your streets team took down. It's pretty in depth. And some of those things we don't talk about that in public, but it's nice to know that, you know, can you share that story about the fugitive?
At the beach?
No, where you guys actually went to a house.
The warrant from an out of
He
state
was
warrant.
wanted for a murder, out of state warrant. It was street crimes that took him down last week.
Enough of which one that is. There's so much going on. I've got my mind stuck on the Benny's one.
That had,
You have enough in detail to go over that?
okay, yeah, no, we got a report from one of your guys at an out of state warrant. They
I think it was
found out about it,
Deputy
pursued it, and
They're all from them.
without incident, by the way. They took him without incident, which is always a good thing.
We took a carjacking suspect down at Benny's on the beach for another agency, and that was a little hairier, but it went fairly well.
Oh my goodness.
We thought he was in a car. He was actually at the restaurant, but it went well and it was safe.
Finish his lunch, pay the bill.
Pay his bill. Thank you guys for all your hard work. We truly appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mr. McVoy.
Just a question. Every now and then I'll get some resident or potential resident who says, oh, I looked up Lake Worth and on the national web or something or other, you are the worst guys in the world for statistics on crime or whatever. Do you have any insight as to why that, and I have never looked for them, so I don't know, but I do hear it from time to time. Does it have any basis? Do you know why that would come up that way?
It's a lot of the per 100,000 residents. So if you're busy and, you know, depending if you're a smaller city, you really get sandwiched sometimes because of the bigger the city, the more it waters down oftentimes the crime data. That's a big factor. We weren't on the last few that we historically are on, and I was very happy about that. And then some new one I've never seen before came up, and somehow we were on it. And then it mentioned, you know, but crime's gotten a lot better over the years. So A lot of it just has to do with those high number crimes, the robberies and the burglaries. And in a city of our size, we're not a big city, but we're not a tiny city. And when you do the math with the ratios, you see that with not just us, but certain cities that are perennially on those lists from those websites. It's usually the kind of size that we are.
Anything else? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate what you do. Keep up the good work and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission liaison reports and comments. Let's start with 3 today. Let's just shake it up a little bit.
Okay. Just a few things coming up for me. I was able to attend, I guess I have a theme of only being able to make the first hour. Of things like this
I know
week.
you guys will shoot.
Yeah. So I was able to attend the mobility workshop on Saturday for the first hour. And it felt very good. Lots of residents out there, a lot of great information. And I've been assured that it was for people who couldn't make it. It was like the kickoff for our mobility planning, which is a 2-year process. But they are going to, on the website, we are going to keep everything up to date. The recording is going to be on there. We're going to have surveys, and there's going to be lots of different ways for people to continue to contribute. So if you missed the mobility workshop on Saturday, look at our website. And then today I was able to go to the lineman appreciation lunch at barbecue. It was actually a barbecue and it was delicious. Again, for the first hour, I have to leave and make it to a 12:30 meeting. I've been talking with the owner of Cafe Tycoon, and she's amazing and I love her, but decided that it's not the best venue for my engagement with the public. So I actually moved over to Cindy, our library, to start using that space that will probably accommodate us better. She is double checking for me. That April 27th will be the next day that I'll be able to engage in that manner. And then I'll let our leisure service, I'll let Lauren know and she can update the social media and stuff. May 13th is World Migratory Bird Day. And we are going to have the Audubon Society, I believe, is planning a little field trip at Spillway Park that morning. And then I've been working with Director Bennett as well to get some things together, and we'll be pushing this information out very strongly to get more input from like all the residents in the area of what we want to do with Spillway Park. So I know there's a lot of interest. We want to do something there. Some people dog parks, some people want more of the naturescape feeling, the fishing pier.
Playground.
A lot of stuff. And although there's been some hesitancy to do in the past because we don't have a ton of funding, we want to get a plan together. So as fundraisers and as things, opportunities happen, we have a plan and we can start working our way towards that. So that will be May 13th. And then June 2nd, we were aiming for May, but I guess there's a lot of film festivals in May, which didn't make the cuts. But June 2nd will be our movie night in Spillway Park. It is also, I think, National Donut Day. So we're going to see if we can tie those things together anyway to help, make that more interesting. So that's June 2nd. It's still a ways away, but I wanted to go ahead and the date has booked. So we can look forward to that. That's about it.
Great, thank you. Commissioner, Mr. McBoy, how about you?
All right. I too attended the mobility workshop and was very excited about the quality of the preparation from our staff and from WGI. They seem very knowledgeable, very focused on things that can be funded. So not just conceptually great things, but things that they're aware that there are funding opportunities. And it looks like there are quite a number of funding opportunities. So as Commissioner Stokes said, it will all be available on the web, and encourage people to take a look at the information. Sometimes things are counterintuitive that can help increase safety and benefit our community. I was a little late getting here, was not able to be at the barbecue for the lineman day because I was down at the what's called GEAR, Greater Everglades Ecosystem Science Conference. It happens every couple of years. And it's a real pleasure. And one can ask, why does a conference like this occur? A whole conference, scientific conference on Everglades related things, pretty focused. Well, and I think it's important for us to think about it. A fundamental concept from the get-go of Everglades Restoration, which is a joint federal state project, somewhere around 20 billion at this point. A fundamental concept is that work will be science-based, evidence-based. So the decision-making is not, hey, do you like this policy? Does this agency not like this policy? It's we're basing it on science. And you got to do science to make that work. But the concept, I think, is something that we in Lake Worth can also learn from. That the idea of evidence-based decision-making is something that we should have as an adopted standard practice policy. I think I've been frustrated a lot that one of the ways that a city can do that kind of thing, obviously, we're not going to have science conferences for the city of Lake Worth, but one of the ways that we can is by making sure that our backup for meetings is thorough and complete and includes all the information that anybody in the community can look at it and say, all right, I see the different pieces, I've got what I need, and I can make a decision off of that. And it needs to be out timely. We've had situations where, unfortunately, we have to ask to increase the backup. It comes at the last minute. That means it's not available to the public. It's not necessarily available to all of the commission. It should be. So that's something that, for me, I guess, as somebody who came late to the idea of evidence-based decision-making, I thought that's how you always did decision-making, but it's a term. We should be doing that, and we should be committed to that very thoroughly. In that line, I was taken aback at a recent meeting when a subject matter expert, a PhD scientist, describing scientific results from our flagship university, University of Florida, was challenged by a commissioner on this dais, stating, that's just your opinion. And so I want to be clear, Commissioner Malega, were you seeking to deny the science?
Okay, we don't get personal up here, Mr. McVoy. We do not get personal. Yeah.
Yes, and Commissioner Ledan reports the way we run our meetings. And
Mr. McVoy, I'm going to ask you to stop for a second. That is a personal, Mr. McVoy,
no,
I'm asking you to,
asking for a clarification. Were you denying science at that point?
Mr. McVoy, I have to stop you. I don't want to do this like call to order kind of thing, but out of courtesy to Ms. Malega, if you have, no, this is not a time for conversations. This is your report. If you have some issues that you want to state, fine. But we don't engage in accusations. We don't engage in.
An accusation was
Please.
made that I was making an opinion. That was a factually incorrect statement, and it was doubled down on.
Mr.
So, yes,
McVoy, we
I
do
will
not.
correct it, and I
Ms.
want to
Malega,
clarify.
you have no obligation to answer that question.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, it says commission liaison report, so I'm gonna stick to what the facts are. Liaison, I came to the HRPB board meeting in regards to some things that the CRA had forward. I will be touring the Solid Waste Authority tomorrow, which unfortunately I'm the only one of the commission that took up the invitation to go.
Incorrect. I signed up to go to that, but I'll be at the Everglades Science Conference. But I did sign up, so that's incorrect information.
I was trying to carpool, so trying to save the world, with you. The Taco Festival is coming up, and it was on WPTV this morning with TI at 5 a.m. They are out there filming and had the car jumping at Bryant Park and the mariachi band, and it was great to see Lake Worth Beach and Bryant Park shining again. So that will be Saturday. It is free for entry, but the food is not free. From 3 to 10 p.m. There'll be 15 food vendors, car show, kids center, music. Please come out and enjoy the festivities. So I wanted to make sure I give a shout out to the Taco Fiesta
What time?
from 3 to 10 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
And then May 19th, please mark your calendars. It is the Haitian Heritage Celebration at Howard Park. And that will be from 5 to 9 p.m. Again, it's Howard Park off of Wingfield Street, and that's May 19th. So please mark your calendars for that. And I did attend the lineman barbecue today, and it was well received, and it was nice to show appreciation to staff who are often not appreciated for the lives that they put at risk all the time. So it was nice to see the men and women come out from every department. We had the meter people and we had the engineers there and we had the water department. So it wasn't just the line persons. It was all the support staff that goes with it, that keeps the electric on. And I think they did a darn good job this weekend when we had those major storms. So it was nice to celebrate them. Thank
The
you.
water utilities guy, a couple, yeah, were there. Commissioner Diaz.
Something I didn't get to share for Earth Day because it's kind of evolved since then, but speaking of our libraries and Earth Day week, one of the things I did is I'm providing these planters. They're self-watering planters for plants, and there's 4 of them, and we just got word that each of our 4 schools applied where they are going to take it on. Earth Day is kind of going to be the kickoff. Originally, we were going to have them make a display like native plant. They're going to pick a topic, put the plants in the planter, make little signs, and make like an educational display. Originally, that was going to be for Earth Day to be debuted like in our library, but our kids are going through extensive testing right now, so it's a bit of a ask. So that'll come later. So I kind of neglected to mention that. A lot has happened since the last regular meeting where we had our reports. We were, of course, in Tallahassee, and that's always an interesting experience. It had been a while since I've been there. And it's, I'll reserve my personal commentary on that, but
Thank you.
some things I got to see old friends over there though, so that's good. But some things came out, and I think one thing that I really appreciated at our last pre-agenda meeting, Commissioner Malega, you brought up direction for what can we do regarding this permitless carry thing that's about to inevitably be dropped on the state of Florida. And I have my own personal feelings on that. That doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it leads to concerning issues with us and our police and whatnot. And I'll even highlight that, very recently, Wayne LaPierre, who's the president of the NRA, made a speech where he said something to the effect of those electeds who are against guns need to be careful because we have guns and they
Oh,
don't.
really?
Yeah. So we live in a really tumultuous time, and that really, there's some concerning things out there that's happening, and it's something that we all need to be vigilant for. I know our PBSO is all over that, of course, but it kind of leads to my next not great topic to discuss, and that is recently I invited a developer to give a presentation on a topic, and typically when somebody anyone like Commodore Johnson, comes in and invites and asks to give a presentation, I look at myself as not the gatekeeper of that information. So generally, if you ask nicely, I will get you on the agenda. Maybe I shouldn't put that out there, but
Really?
that's not my job. And in particular, there were some concerning behaviors following that, maybe because of misinformation. Things were put out there regarding myself and what my intentions were, deliberate misinformation, let's call it. And it's crossed the line of safety, in line with what Commissioner Malega brought up on. We need to be watchful because of things that are happening in our state, and it's becoming concerning, but try not to get worked up over this because it crossed a really personal line that I'm about to get to. But we live in a world where not just myself, but those of us sitting up here, we have people showing up on our properties, taking pictures, trespassing, doing all kinds of questionable things, trying to dox us. The only time I've ever had, I'm a pretty well-trained person. The only time I've ever had to have, not had to, but it was highly requested, have police presence around where I live was because, somebody tried to dox me a while ago.
Somebody tried to what?
Doxing is when you put out somebody's address on where they live, and you're kind of casually suggesting vigilantism.
Oh.
Maybe we should give.
I had not heard that term.
I don't know if it was that casual when they put my address out there.
That's
It felt very like the direct call to
very
action.
direct call to action. And it's even gotten to the point where relating the developer's presentation, it has crossed like a personal line for me because I
I spent a career going after the sugar industry and polluters, so I'm not unfamiliar with people directing all kinds of vitriol to me. But when it's my family, in particular, my pregnant girlfriend, my pregnant partner, who at the mobility meeting was approached by somebody who we can describe as a community leader, and as what he wanted to proclaim as a casual joke, threatened that he would call Child Protective Services on us because I'm presenting or inviting developers to, essentially present a project that they don't agree with. Suggesting that because we choose to live a different type of lifestyle, right? I don't have we live in a tiny apartment, don't have a whole lot of cars. I use public transport. Apparently that offends some people, and apparently that related to this developer. They are trying to suggest that there's some sort of agenda thing there, but I just want to point out, obviously there isn't, because I invite anyone to come present, and also I do things by the book, and I take a lot of great pride in that. And I'm essentially being bullied to take a position on this thing that hasn't even been presented to us in a hearing. And that is a hugely problematic issue, because if I or any one of us takes a stand against something to a person, a developer, or anybody who owns property in the city, will inevitably have a public hearing in front of this dais. And if we take a stand and say, I'm not about that project, I'm going to shut it down, before they even get the chance, how can that person have confidence in having a fair hearing in front of us? So no, I will not openly say how I'm going to vote for things or take a stand on certain projects and whatnot, because due process is entitled to everyone. And there's definitely substantial liability with ex parte communications and things like that. I'm sure our city attorney can confirm. And I certainly won't take that kind of positioning, whether it's online, in person, whatever. It would be really problematic if that happens. And I am gonna maybe bookmark this, because we are gonna talk about public comments at the end of this. But the bullying, the attacks, the threats coming after my pregnant partner, that stuff is just unacceptable. And it's something that I think we really need to take a serious effort to address before it gets to be a much more serious problem.
So I wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry. And I will back up in the fact that just bringing something forward to be presented does not necessarily mean endorsement of that idea. And I think that's kind of what you're saying. And I think that's important for people to remember, that if we all meet with different people, and if it seems like something that other people might be interested, we can bring it up on the agenda. So, but it doesn't necessarily mean we have a position on it. It just means let's hear what these people have to say. So I'm very sorry that it's happening. I mean, I get certain other kinds of threats from different people, so it's unfortunate. I just have a couple of things. Tallahassee, has been particularly devastating to local governments this year. And one of the things that they voted to do is to make local elections and school board elections partisan. Now, we don't know how that's going to affect how it's going to work, whether it's going to be you just have to declare your party or not party, or whether they're going to have us primaries on city. I don't know. But I think it's a terrible thing, because there are people that I know that I, on a global scale, really disagree with about a lot of things. But in terms of Lake Worth and local issues, we can talk about things. So I think it's an unfortunate turn that the legislature has taken to more high, just what we need was more highly political, divisive things to keep our attention. So having said that, we had a landscape meeting the other night. There was a lot of talk. We left. I don't think we gave staff much direction, frankly. Walking out, I was sort of scratching my head, and I'm not suggesting we get into a conversation here, but I think one of the things that we have to look at, depending on however that goes, is there are people that are in a situation where they have Kim, you had mentioned it too, we don't want to be punitive to the people I just want to keep in mind, how do we deal with this whole situation? And we're going to have to somehow come back with a little more guidance for our staff. But if we say there is no plastic front artificial turf in the front yard, or some of you sounded like you wanted none at all, which I don't particularly agree with. I think some limited use in the backyard is acceptable. I think we just have to be, at some point, we got to bring it back and get a little more clarity to staff about what we want to do. And how do we want to deal with the people that did, without, the ordinance was not terribly clear. So just try to look at that situation and be have a little common sense. Those of you that remember that last October, we had the Witches of Lake Worth dance at Halloween. Okay. Thank you. It was great fun. It was, we can't really talk about it. It was great fun. The ladies that helped me bring that together are interested in continuing in doing that. And not just for Halloween, but for other different events, like, so we're trying to figure out for those of you that are interested, May 5th, 6 o'clock, it's a Friday night at the Lake Worth Library Room, our great new room. We're having a true potluck. Just if you haven't, it doesn't matter if you haven't been part of it yet. We're going to get together. We're going to try to think of a different name than the Coven of Lake Worth. That's a little intimidating. So just kind of where we want to go with it, because it was just so much fun, non-political. We all dressed up like witches. We danced around, we practiced, we rehearsed, and we got to know each other. And one of the things about this city is that we kind of know each other. And it was just a hoot and and I invite everybody to come on May 5th at 6 o'clock. I'm supplying the beer and wine and soft drinks. And all right. It is Cinco de Mayo. And a true potluck. So if all we have are salads and desserts, oh well, we can live. So bear that in mind. I don't have too much else. I just want us all to get along and try to be kind to each other. And if there's an issue that needs to be talked about, it's better. I believe it's kinder and it's more a show of leadership to do things that can be done privately if there's a problem, rather than bring it out and have a situation where it's more confrontive. We don't need to confront each other. We need to work together. And I hope that we have more than that. So that's the end of mine. City Manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few things. I want to add to the Earth Day events, Commissioner Diaz, on top of the items that you brought forward. I wanted to say that our Solid Waste and Recycling Division will hold its third annual Employee Earth Day cleanup. So that will be on Friday, the 21st. So just want to let you know that the employees of Lake Worth Beach is getting involved.
Where and when?
That will be, they have to register. So it's employees. And so if they go to email Christine Engel, Engle, ENGLE at lakeworthbeachfl.gov.
What day is that?
That is on Friday, the 21st.
Oh, this Friday.
This Friday.
My goodness.
And also, I do want to say the work on our City Hall building continues. As you can see, we have windows covered. We are power washing the building, as well as making some minor repairs on the exterior building. So we do apologize for any inconvenience. If you come and park here during the day visiting City Hall, we may have some sections of the parking lot closed off so they can do the work on the building. So that continues. We have had some delay due to the weather. And that's it.
That's it.
Thank you.
All right. Public participation of non-agenda items. I have a few here. Oh, we may have more. Wait. I'm doing good. All right, wait. Okay. I'm telling you. That was very prolific to me. Public comment and some interpretation has to go on when I read what people write with its unagenda and one. So non-agenda, Cliff Colmeyer is up first. On deck is Jonas Roots. Reed, sorry. It is not agenda? Sure.
So you're on the queue.
I'm sorry.
So Cliff Colmeyer,
You're on deck. You're up next.
503 First Avenue South, Cliff Colmeyer. And I just wanted to reiterate my support for the local professional linemen, because I think there has been a concern among them that contractor linemen from out of state have come to take some of their places, and that's a little bit demoralizing sometimes. So I wanted to support them in particular because this is Lineman Appreciation Day. And I think that if there were a policy direction in that department that enabled them to have more sponsorship of the apprenticeship program to bring on new people within our own department and allow them the overtime that permits our own linemen to do some of the work during off hours, that would be very helpful to them. So that's really all I wanted to say is just want to make a positive comment and thank you for all you guys do in weighing the facts and going through the agenda items, which I know is really burdensome because I read the backup usually. So thank you for all your work up there in the dais.
Thank you. James Reed and up deck Morgan Kell. Jonas. I'm sorry. I haven't tried the name.
Okay.
And Morgan Kellner up on deck.
I'll go ahead and dox myself. My name is Jonas Reed. I live at 1325 North End Street. Last Thursday, the commission held a workshop on the topic of artificial turf and rock coverage. You chose not to hear public comment despite having residents present and ready to speak, yet you opted to hear input from the tree board's biased members. It's suspicious that you froze appointments to the tree board, yet in yesterday's meeting discussed possibilities of expanding the powers of these appointed advisors, which have no term limits and have already overstepped the position of policying people's backyards. You seem willing to allow this board to police citizens, but you unanimously agreed it should have no procedural oversight on reviewing commission or city projects. For those of you who missed Thursday's workshop, the tree board wants to prohibit all artificial turf and strike the last sentence of Landscape Code 23.6-1K, stating all ground cover must be kept free from weeds. To quote tree board rep Donna Kerner, it's not critical to have perfectly looking grass. Apparently overgrown, dead, and unsightly is fine. Additionally, the tree board erroneously claimed the artificial code was disapproved. Look back through commission meetings and the topic was not disapproved, but tabled by the previous commission and waiting for a public workshop where we would be able to come and have comment. This has not happened. That's why I'm here with non-agenda representation. Instead of having an agenda item and discussing with the constituents, you decided to cover the artificial turf installed by the city on city property with mulch. Presumably the mulch covering your shame was paid for by our taxes, but we have no financial advisory board since that was also frozen, so it's hard to tell. Since I and others present did not have permission to speak, I'm here tonight with my input. On the subject of permeability, to quote Commissioner Diaz, please, Commissioner Stokes, don't pave your entire backyard. Well, a quick Google Earth search shows Stokes' property appears to exceed the 50% maximum of impermeable area, and her backyard is completely covered in concrete. I find it hypocritical Stokes even discussed limiting or prohibiting exercising our property rights to meet code regulations.
I'm going to stop you for a second. You're getting very personal and personal attacks, and we really try to avoid that. If you could keep it general to your comments, that would be best.
This is factual. My property is under investigation. I am a constituent of this city. I feel like it's only fair that other people's properties are looked at with the same ideas that I was looked at. I did. Your property is fantastic. There's a lovely email that I sent you with pictures of your front yards.
Well,
Is this a conversation or do I have 3 minutes to speak?
we'll base stop.
Instruction from the city clerk, no personal attacks.
This is factual.
All right.
When you're getting you.
On the subject of microplastics, it was hard to listen to the microplastic concerns of artificial turf while watching all of you drink from bottled water, one of the largest contributors to microplastic. Commissioner McVoy, you stated showering naked in your backyard has no environmental impacts. But what about the microbeads and hygiene products? They are a huge contributor to microplastics in our environment. Will the tree board be checking to ensure that they're not being used when I shower naked in my backyard? They have authority to police our backyards after all. What about weed screen underlayment? There's no restriction on this plastic product, but artificial turf is a giant issue. Perhaps I should follow the path of the city and hide my turf under mulch.
Thank you.
That's time.
Morgan Kellner. And on deck after that is Brian Luongo. Morgan? Good morning. Hi. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Morgan Kellner. I live in West Palm Beach, but I love Lake Worth and spend most of my time here.
Okay, your address is 2528 Boundbrook Drive South. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I'm here to talk about golf carts on sidewalks during city events and maybe not city events. What happened was on February 26th, during the street festival, I was having breakfast with a friend and a city golf cart tried to maneuver itself in between the pole and the table where we were sitting and actually was going very slow and ended up hooking onto the table. The table fell backwards. She fell backwards. As a result, she ended up going to the hospital in an ambulance. And fast forward 2 months, she's still suffering a lot and has a lot of medical issues. And her life has been severely restricted, what she can do, and she has a lot of pain. So I'm here to advocate that the city take very seriously removing city golf carts from the sidewalks. They're dangerous. This friend of mine is just suffering needlessly. And even though we can't go back to the past, future accidents can be avoided. And especially during events when we have thousands and thousands of people who are coming here. And it just felt like when the city vehicle, the golf cart rammed into our table, we were just very innocently eating breakfast. There were so many people on the streets and there were so many people, families, everybody, as you well know, on the sidewalks. So, that's pretty much it. It's kind of been a nightmare, and I'd like the city to take action on this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Luongo and then Thomas Lloyd. I don't know that I'm saying your last name. Luongo, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian Luongo, 1327 North Palmway. I too am here to talk about being in support of the artificial turf. I was here at the last meeting, and I think that some of the information that was presented to the commission was very misleading. And I wanted to come up here and go on record on some of the benefits of artificial turf. As I see it, there are 4 major items here, 3 environmental, 1 city infrastructure items that should be concerned with. 1 is greenhouse gas emissions. The EPA itself estimates that 5% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from gas lawn powered equipment. That's your lawnmowers, weed whackers, trimmers, things of that nature. Artificial turf requires none of that. That is true. That is true. So you don't have to blow off your artificial turf. I've had my artificial turf down since 2016 for 7 years. Runoff discharge to our waterways causes severe deadly algae blooms. Again, Lake Worth Lagoon has already produced many times toxic blue-green algae in its lagoon. Okay. I provided the commission in a letter links to links to news articles and things of that nature. Artificial turf requires no fertilization, no weed control chemical. It requires no pest control chemical to be applied. The suggestion that it requires washing down and brushing like here was inaccurate. Okay. Freshwater availability and our seawater infiltration into our aquifers. The news has been filled from time again, all over this country about water shortages. Florida itself has many wells that have seawater infiltration. You know, we're draining our aquifers. It's no surprise that turf and other living ground cover does place a burden on the freshwater supply of those communities that do not use reclaimed water. Sod, grass, is the #1 cultivated crop in America, period. Many communities are doing away. To give a real world emphasis on the amount of water it saved, my neighbor's house, who's 7 houses away, is about 700 square feet smaller than my house. It's a occupant of 1, same as my house. I use 3,200 gallons of water for the month. She used 6,200 gallons. The only difference is she was watering her turf. More water means larger pumps, means more infrastructure, means a lot more on your city piping and all of that. So as South Florida continues to grow, more and more pressure is going to be put on the city's infrastructure that you have to keep in mind. All right.
Thank you, that's time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Longo. Thomas Lloyd. And after Thomas, Jill Carlin.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Thomas Lloyd from Church by the Glades, 127 South M Street. I want to address a few things here today real quick. Restoration, I want to talk first about Restoration Bridge International. That has been serving the community for 8 years, every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. There are a few things about this organization. They have total registration of 10,731. Total individuals, 37,559. Total weight in food from January 1st until today, 594,865 pounds of food. That is only for the Lake Worth Beach project, not their total for what they do. We've gotten, we've noticed some things on social media about there's been some littering, boxes of food thrown in the alleys and whatnot. So, and we share that concern also with the citizens. What we've gone ahead and done is in the last 2 weeks, we've initiated a couple policies. Number one is every Saturday afternoon, the alleys are driven from 6th Avenue to Lake and Lucerne, Dixie Highway to Federal Highway, all the alleys. That is done about 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then on Sunday morning before service, that is also done. We have had very little luck of finding anything. I know there's been complaints. We're not sure where it's showing up. I did request some pictures and church did request a meeting with people that are concerned about this. Understand this, Church by the Glades, we're a community church downtown Lake Worth. We're here to serve the community, number one. Here to serve one heart at a time. And we have a heart for the hurting. And that's who we are. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Carlin, and after that, TK. After Jill Carlin's up next.
Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue, Lake Worth Beach. I heard about the mobility workshop. I'm not able to attend workshops on the weekends because I work on the weekends, but I heard about it and I was so excited to hear how many votes for the gondola. This is an idea that I brought forth Betty, please don't roll your eyes at me.
I
It's so
I didn't realize it
disrespectful.
was an I didn't see
You
the
do it
chart.
every time I speak. In any event, I was so excited to see how many votes, green dots, were put for the gondola. This is an idea that I presented to this commission first on December 6th, 2021, on minute 22 at the commission meeting, and in greater detail on July the 5th, 2022, at minute number 22. I had a 10-minute presentation about this idea for a gondola. And at the time, I don't think people really understood what I was talking about. They sort of were thinking maybe I was talking about Venice, Italy, gondolas like that. But I was making very clear that I meant like a ski lift. I spent many volunteer hours, many, as Betty was talking about tonight about volunteering for the city. I have spent hours volunteering for the city, putting together plans, visionary plans, which is my expertise, because I was trained by my late husband, who was brilliant at this and world renowned for this. And so I've spent many hours putting together a plan for the city, which includes a transportation system, which is a gondola. And it gained some traction at the mobility meeting. I believe it had more green dots than anything else at the mobility meeting. So I want you to really consider this. I got a gondola company named Puma, which is the most world-renowned in the world. They've been doing this for over 100 years. I had all their executives, all their people, their engineers come up here and meet with me and go through the city and show where we could put the gondola. And I presented all of this to you on the second occasion, on my second presentation. And I really would require and ask that staff look into this in greater detail, because there is a very good ROI. There's really good return on investment. And it's something else that's really important to us, aside from my big thing, which is preserving what I call our 20th century South Florida beach vernacular architecture, which is that we could be what's called a placemaker. And a placemaker is a destination. People will come to our city just to ride the gondola over our beautiful 20th century South Florida beach vernacular architectural city. So I think really I advise you and would request that you look in greater detail into this, and that the citizens in our community, like Betty was saying, who do various things, we all have the opportunity to present what we're good at and what we do in different ways. And because we all know each other, we all see each other all the time, we all know each other, and we all have a variety of skills. It happens to be a skill that I have, and I hope that you respect it. Thank you so very much. And I really appreciate you looking into it. Thank you.
Jill, can you plug your event at Memory Trees? Because I mentioned it in my report.
I wanted to thank you, Ronaldo, for doing that. That was so kind. I am having an art exhibition on Earth Day, so appropriate for me, being married to the father of environmental architecture, on April 22nd from 6 to 8 p.m. at Memory Trees at 810 Lake Avenue. And the people that own Memory Trees are such a great resource for our city. This couple from South Africa, Debbie and Rudy Bester, who have their whole entire store is a charitable organization. Everything that they do in the store is for charity. They pay the rent, the lights, the gas, everything, and they do it for their charity. And they teach people all over the world a variety of skills. So you're all welcome. And thank you, Ronaldo, for the plug. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, up next is TK, and after TK, Bradley Harvey.
Thank you, Tanya Kushakian, 441 32nd Street.
TK, I love your shoes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I was having some foot trouble, so I wanted to wear something a little more comfortable. Please no disrespect meant to the commission. Thank you for your time and attention. After speaking with dozens of people in Lake Worth Beach and reading a lot of rumors and misinformation on social media, I felt compelled to appear before you to address some of the falsehoods that were raised, as well as clarify any misunderstandings that there may be. First, there is a reason why they say you shouldn't believe everything you read on social media. And the online discussions that I've seen have had, unfortunately, little truth to their case. Some of the comments were, and I'm going to paraphrase some of these because I think they need to be addressed. This is an unsafe space for children and families. Well, it was clearly stated in my presentation that this housing option was for single individuals, not families, not couples, certainly not children, because you have to be an adult to sign a lease through a security plan addressed that only one person is allowed in that type of arrangement. Again, our security plan envisions regular on-site cleaning, 24/7 on-site security, and a live-in manager, so 2 people on site as well. And the vetting of tenants, and this was, again, that was super crucial, and I even made a point in my presentation to single out this part of the concept, because having criminal and personal background checks on applicants, tenants, through a pre-approved housing agency like Delray Housing Group that is already doing this type of work and have been successful for many years doing it, is critical and absolutely necessary for MCHUs to be successful. And I'll stress that again, because I know there was some misinformation, people saying where the kid's going to go and things like that. And I can see that there was just not a lot of factual information out there, which we were trying to present to you. Criminal activity. Look, Dr. Jetta purchased the buildings on 6th Avenue on J Street 1 year ago in March of last year. I can't speak for the conditions of those buildings prior to that. But since then, there has not been a single police report or call for Mr. Jetta's, Dr. Jetta's properties. And he's committed to raising the quality of life, not just for the tenants, but for the surrounding neighborhoods as well. Which leads me to standard of living. Whether you want to admit it or not, the rhetorical you, not you as a commission, people are living in this sort of arrangement in more deplorable conditions. Denying the existence of these people who live in this type of housing that is currently in use in various parts of our county does nothing to help their standard of living. I heard from residents who are concerned about their own standard of living, of homeless taking showers in their front lawn, and that is warranted. But don't then say that we need to do something, but let's deny their existence and deny them a living option to get that person off the street. I think parking was addressed, but I have to say that I was kind of alarmed at some of the prejudicial comments that I heard in public and private at the meeting last on April 4th. Though there was a small group of people who were provoked by fear and misinformation on social media, there were some disturbing comments about, quote, those people. And I was asking, well, who are those people? Is it African Americans? Is it Hispanics? Is it seniors? Is it veterans? Is it the poor in general? Interesting that nobody from these communities who MCHUs would help were ones speaking out against it. It was interesting for
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Bradley Harvey. And after that, Greg Rule.
Good evening, and
You can give it to me. Thank you.
first, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your work. I know it's not easy. My issues aren't quite as grand as other issues. I'm a recent resident of Lake Worth Beach, came from the
Sorry,
south.
name and address for the record, please.
And I've lived in small communities.
You just have to say your name and address
Bradley Harvey,
and your address.
1331 North.
Thank you.
Okay. The one thing that I've noticed about Lake Worth Beach is the amount of trash that's on the streets and the potholes, particularly 15th and North is an example. If you drive down that street, you will see it. It's not only dangerous, it's unattractive. And I don't understand why this neighborhood, Eden Place, or even these other areas down here cannot get a control over people putting their mattresses, their used furniture, their eviction stuff onto the streets, cluttering up the streets and making the community less beautiful than it is. This is a nice community, but it's not attractive coming into it. And that's my issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greg Rule, and after Greg Rule, I have something from Kara Jennings to read, but I can't find the paper she wrote it on.
Good evening, Greg Rule, 1332 North End Street, Lake Worth Beach, resident for 23 years plus. Couple of things. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion tonight about a lot of really important topics. Artificial turf is one that came up, doesn't compare to what other ones are. However, is that really the biggest topic we have? The artificial turf, it drains. Water gets into the aquifer much quicker than some of this dry land that we have. It looks good. It doesn't offend anybody other than certain people maybe on this commission that just don't like artificial turf.
I think that's probably, you guys got bigger issues than artificial turf. So table that for a while at the very least. Let's figure out these micro housing units that are being proposed. That's a whole nother thing. That was a great spin, what I just heard on micro housing units. I don't really think that lifts people up out of poverty. You're putting people in a box, in a house that are going to serve people who make a lot more money than they do. That's not the way to do it. Let's find affordable housing. Let's make it right for the people. All of you guys have been saying it for years. You railed against the Gulf Stream because you wanted affordable housing. Let's find better options than a gentleman who is not a developer. He's a professor who's made a lot of money, who lives on a beach somewhere else and will not be affected by this at all. He's looking to optimize, I think, perhaps his revenue by creating these micro housing units that are going to bring money into him. I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, but if you look at both sides of what's going on here, you might be able to see something a little bit more than bringing people up and finding affordable housing for them. Lake Worth Beach is diverse. We love everybody here. We embrace, you have to know we embrace everybody just by the social events that we have in this city. This isn't the right thing to do, and I'm against it. It's not in the code. Don't change the zoning for this. Keep it the way it is. Find a better option. When you do that, I'm going to support you 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Jennings put a card in and it says public safety, public participation on it, but I can't find any handwritten note for it. So this is from she got 3.
Oh.
She's got 3 tonight. So this, I don't know. One is about redistricting, one is about the Benny's lease. And Kara, my apologies. I don't know what you wanted to say under public safety. Feel free to text me if you're watching. It just doesn't seem to be here. If I find it, I will say. But Kara is concerned about public safety. And I apologize, but we've got 2 more from her. So we will hear from her later. Up next then is Roger Overby and then Randy Lewis. Are you Roger Overby? Okay. Mr. Overby is going to come on up. Randy, it's good to see you up and about. Good to see you just up and about. I know, right? Couple more cripples.
I'm Randy Lewis, 1502 19th Avenue North. I just wanted to personally ask each one of you to listen about the micro housing. You know, so many people I talk to at the coffee shop walk by and just start shaking your head when it gets mentioned and don't understand what the facts are as they've been explained to me. And the gentleman just did what I wanted to ask you to do. But I would ask you before a vote comes up or whatever the next step is, that you let him field all of your questions. We don't have all the answers. Everybody or too many people are telling me, I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. Well, you don't really know what's going to happen because it hasn't happened. You all know that I'm all about the homeless, but this is not all about the homeless. It's about the homeless and the working poor of this town. And it's not a solution for homelessness, or it's not a solution for how to get the working poor a much better life, but it would help some number of people who have kind of a crappy life right now. You know, it would help some people, which as far as I know, is more than any initiative the city has looking forward. It's more than any initiative the county has looking forward. Nobody's helping anybody. These folks have a way that sounds, as I understand it, like we can help some people. It's like, you know, I spend my whole week, and if I feed one homeless guy 1 burrito, I've accomplished something for this week. And if we can help 16 people who are either homeless or working poor get up and improve their lives just a little bit, I say let's listen to the facts and make a decision from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Sure.
Up next is Todd Townsend, followed by Catherine Colmeyer, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. First thing I want to say is if anybody appears being threatened by anybody in the public, I just hope to be one of the people that you will call, and I'll sleep in your front yard. The second thing is that Davey, those guys, I think that they need to have like a talking to or whatever, because here we are, we have a tree board and everybody's interested in keeping our trees beautiful and nice and not just like cut them crazy. But Davey does come in and they cut with brutality. And if you say anything to them about stepping way onto your property, you know, they can sometimes become irate. Most of these people are extremely nice, but every once in a while you find someone who's really irate, and then they'll come back and cut harder because they remember where you live. So the last thing is that I have a petition for the and it's at change.org Lake Worth Beach scab. That's school children access bridge. And we really need that. It falls into the thing that we were having the other day with mobility, a bridge to make the children's journey from A Street north to the middle school. Right now it's dangerous and hazardous. It's going to become worse. And we've got to build this bridge. So everybody look that up, check it out, or check me out sometime, because I'm going to be walking around downtown and getting actual physical signatures. But again, that's change.org/Lake Worth Beach scab, school children access bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have discussed this, and I think what Todd's trying to do is to get some public support, to get some traction with the DOT, because DOT doesn't really pay attention to us as much as we would. But it's a terrible situation up there for the Lake Worth middle school kids to be walking across that. And now they're going to reconfigure it, and I don't even know how that's going to work. So thank you.
It's going to be bad.
Yeah. Okay. So
And so on the 3rd, there's going to be a really important meeting coming up, and some of our commissioners, and I think most specifically our mayor is going to be there, the TTP on May the 3rd. Or TAP. Okay, so I'll be there. There's going to be a really big meeting on Datura at West Palm, where citizens can talk to some of these people that have the big money that can make way for us. And so I'll be there, and I'll be trying to present this as much as possible, and hopefully have like a lot of signatures and a lot of support from the public, because it is our kids. All right. Thank you.
thank you. Catherine Colmeyer, followed by Peggy Fisher. Okay, thank you, Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I think there are a lot of people who move to Lake Worth specifically not to live in an HOA, which means stay out of my backyard, stay out of behind the fence that you can't see behind, and let us do in our backyards what we would like to do. And if you're going to patrol backyards, then patrol them all. So I've got quite a few you can patrol. I find it rich. We talk about decorum, and we post on the doors how the public is supposed to act. Well, we saw a very fine example of no decorum tonight from the dais, which is very appalling to watch, and should be called out. And if we're going to call out people who are doing public speaking during decorum and using people's names, we need to do it from the first one, not do it on the last one, as was done at the public assassination at the last utility meeting, because those signs were on the door and we waited until the end to call out the last person who spoke, saying, you can't say that. And if we're going to talk about things that are being done, let's talk about secret meetings. Let's talk about telling staff who they can do business with in the city. Let's talk about that. That's blackballing people who operate businesses in this city. That is not any one of your places. Not one of you have the right to say that, and not one of you have the right to have secret meetings at the Quaker House. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Okey doke. Where's my here?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, I was gonna say, you have some, do you have any public comments, ma'am?
I sure do.
Okay,
The first comment is from Donald Barth, 1710 North M Street. Mayor and Commissioners, as a father working to raise 3 young girls in our city, I care deeply about the well-being of our entire community. Single room occupancy is not the solution that Lake Worth Beach needs to address its housing and inequality issues. If we want to have a thriving community for all, we need to be encouraging healthy mixed income and mixed use development, especially in our commercial corridors. The City Commission should be focused on a raise to the top in terms of our housing supply, tax base, public infrastructure, and social issues, not fake solutions that will only benefit cynical investors and hurt our middle class. Carolyn Deli, 501 North D Street. There will be a community cleanup on Saturday, April 29th and Sunday, April 30th, 2023. It is located behind the Compass Building at 211 North H Street, Lake Worth Beach. It is the Tropical Ridge Fitness Park. The time is from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. We need all hands on deck. Alex Baker, 1625 North K Street. As a lifelong resident of Palm Beach County and homeowner within Eden Place since 2015, raising a young daughter, I implore upon you commissioners and mayor to object to any deviation from the existing Lake Worth Beach comprehensive use plan that would allow for new shared room occupancy units to be developed in our city. Opening up the opportunity to convert existing residential buildings into co-living spaces within existing single-family zone neighborhoods is not a sustainable solution to affordable housing. We need to be smart and see this would obviously reduce the number of affordable housing opportunities, single-family homes that have attracted new residents to our beautiful city. Enriching our existing neighborhoods through infrastructure, roadway, and utility projects should be the priority. Smart development along the Dixie Corridor should be the priority. Promoting developments that encourage safe spaces for everyone in our community to come together should be the priority. Shared room occupancy in Lake Worth Beach is counterproductive on so many fronts and does nothing to enrich our community or promote safe spaces for our children. These comments reflect the position of the overwhelming majority of our community. Thank you. Joey Ortiz and Eric Miller, 614 South K Street. We have been residents here since 2009 at 614 South K Street. Unfortunately, the quality of life issues happening in our neighborhood and the proposed project for the apartment building on the corner have encouraged us to sell our home. Monica Russell, 1426 Crest Drive. Mayor and commissioners, as a mother and public school teacher, I am concerned and care about the well-being of our entire community. While I acknowledge that housing is an issue and inequitable in Lake Worth Beach, single room occupancy is not the solution that we need. Integral to any healthy community is mixed income and mixed use development. I suggest that the City Commission should be focused on strengthening public infrastructure, raising the tax base, and social services. I fear all this will do is encourage people without the renter's best interest in mind make as much money as they can without regard to the well-being of the residents in mind. Kristen Reed, 1325 North N Street. Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager. I'm writing to ask the Commission to add a playground at the northeast area of our city and consider using the Pocket Park on 13th Avenue North and Federal as a potential site. With no city pool, no park we can walk to, and soon nowhere to play in our own backyard pending this Commission's decision on artificial turf, I'm struggling to believe the city is family friendly and questioning our future here. The Pocket Park on 13th Avenue North and Federal Highway is empty aside from dog feces. My 4-year-old daughter and I made this disgusting discovery after attempting to play tag there. We were told Spillway Park would get equipment, but it's not intended for children. The playground on the beach has been replaced with surfboards in the shape of a tree, yet Google still shows it's open. It's misleading and should be updated. Sunset Ridge is nice, but not walkable from our home, and questionable activities occur there regularly. Grass does not grow in my yard, and native ground cover is not conducive to high traffic or children playing. So I installed artificial turf, which the city told me was permitted at the time. Now I may have to make a $20,000 change to my yard, which will financially cripple me, but apparently please the tree board and some commissioners. Perhaps a citywide ban on marine coatings and body scrubs next, or disposable water bottles like the ones I see certain anti-microplastic commissioners drink out of almost every meeting. Just a thought, since the city is taking such a strong stance on the subject. I'm running out of ideas and my daughter needs somewhere to be a kid and play. Please don't take away any more amenities for children and consider adding play equipment to the Pocket Park on 13th Avenue North. Thank you for your time. Conrad Ogletree, 215 North Palmway. Dear Mayor Resch, Commissioner Stokes, my commissioner, the other commissioners, and City Manager Carmen Davis. I live in Parrot Cove and have been engaged with the city as regards our veterans. According to a Florida Department of Veterans Affairs report, in Florida, 29% of veterans live under the asset limited, income constrained, employed, acronym ALICE level. United Way Palm Beach County and their Veterans Division, Mission United, are focused on these veterans and all people living under the ALICE level. There are over 1,200 veterans who are residents of our city. Veterans in Palm Beach County receiving care from the VA receive an average annual amount of $13,530 in medical care and $11,232 in cash compensation. I see this as a human rights issue, caring for those in need, and a business issue as more veterans living in Lake Worth Beach bring in more spending. Business across our city see it as an employee recruiting, hiring, and retention issue. At least many of the establishments along Lucerne and Lake Avenues that I support have mentioned that difficulty when I've asked. The dollar store at the foot of the Intercoastal Bridge has been short-staffed for a long time. I believe it is essential to support the micro-communal housing unit affordable housing concept that was presented to the City Commission on April 4th. There are many people who would benefit from an MCHU setup in Lake Worth Beach beyond veterans like the homeless or people trying to get off the street, low-income seniors on fixed incomes, and young people like students and people working in the agriculture or service industry. MCHUs offer rents around $500 to $600, and they can solve a lot of problems in our community. I think this idea deserves your attention. I would like to see city staff review this concept and come up with a way to bring the MCHU housing option to Lake Worth Beach. Thank you. That's the end of the public comments.
Thank you very much. Does anyone take a 5-minute break? Okay, we're gonna take a little break and we'll be right back. Just a little quick health break.
Get a little warmer.
No, 30 years later. With you. Personally. Vegas, that is a favorite. Oh, you did? There's a reason that they couldn't. So they went. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, that didn't, that wasn't built on you guys. Last two times. Never went anything. Yeah. I went to one of my staff to. Yeah. Splashing, trying to wait for that. Oh, it was fun. It was fun. They were sleeping. No, I stay on that border. Oh. So it's almost like. I grew up now. Yeah. Right across the street, see four. Throw my daughter. Denver's scary. Huh? Denver's scary. So hot. Oh, yeah. We did very cool. We were park. Yeah, yeah. What is your opinion? No idea. Yeah. But I don't know. Very wild. We can. Yeah, one. Yeah. We just.
Madam Mayor, it's 8:17 and we're still live.
And I am here. All right, folks, if you want.
And I don't know what happened to your camera.
Oh.
Oh, okay, it's back on.
I welcome back, everybody. It is now about 8:19. We have the next is approval of minutes. Do I have a motion? For the approval of the minutes.
Move to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. Public hearings. This is the second reading of the single member election redistricting ordinance. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, it just needs to be read. I'll read it. It just has to be read into the record, so I'll just do it. Because our city attorney isn't here right now.
You can relive your city.
You're reading ordinance 2023-05.
Yes, ordinance number 2023-05 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, adopting a single member electric district redistricting map.
repealing Article 2, territorial boundaries, election precincts, Section 2, election districts of the charter, and adopting a new Article 2, territorial boundaries, election precincts, Section 2, single-member election districts to reflect the redistricting map and its boundaries and for other purposes, and providing for severability, conflict, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. I have one public comment, but do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, now, Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. I understand the need and importance of redistricting, and I appreciate the effort to do this well. That being said, the final map that moves the Tropical Ridge neighborhood to be part of District 3 is a problem. This new map will disenfranchise myself and my neighborhood on city representation. An elected official for the new District 3 map who has to get reelected will certainly focus on the concerns of those in the high voting neighborhoods of College Park and Parrot Cove, not the low voting area west of US 1 between Lucerne and 10th Avenue North. The map change should have been in the north section, including Vernon Heights and parts of Sunset Ridge. These voters have more in common with the affluent and influential voters east of US 1. This is a bad map change that you should reconsider before it's too late. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, the Fourth Amendment to the retail lease with RTT, Benny's on the Beach, who is the current assignee. This came before us before. We had quite a few comments. We sent it back. It has come back. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? I'm going to pass the gavel to the Vice Mayor. And I'm going to second that motion. Okay. What's going on?
Madam Mayor,
Yep. Do you have?
I could just give you some background on what is being proposed.
Please.
As you know, the last discussion regarding this item the lease renewal for Benny's on the Beach. Staff was directed to return to Mr. Lipton to renegotiate. Well, that's first after meeting one-on-one with each one of you, getting direction as to the structure in which to negotiate. City Attorney Torcivia and I met back with Mr. Lipton to renegotiate the square footage as well as the inflation escalator.
Mm-hmm.
And in that outcome resulted in a 42 square foot, $42 per square foot rent lease, and also a 3.5 escalator. Just to give you a background.
Is that the first year?
That's for the first year, yes, thank you. And the second year, it increased to $44 a square foot. Just to give you a little background, our approach was to provide a rate that's comparable to our current tenants on the beach at the casino. And that was based on my conversations with the commission on one-on-one. It was one of the popular approaches. And so that's the approach we took. And the result came to that $42 a square foot for the first year with the not the 3.5%. Let me make sure I'm clear. $42 a square foot the first year.
Right.
The second year, it increased to $44 a square foot. And then each year after that, there will be a 3.5% inflation escalator.
Is that 3.5 the same as the other casino buildings? The other casino
Yeah.
shops?
So the other casino properties experience a 3.5% escalator. And the $42 a square foot actually is the average rent when you compare that to the existing tenants at the casino.
And does the little bit, I know that it's a little lower than two of the others, but does that because we take into consideration the quality of the building and the challenges that building presents to the operator?
Yes, it does. And let me say, through the negotiation process, certainly we didn't start there. But through the negotiation, it of course came down basically incorporating the condition of the building. And then mainly the condition of the building, but we were trying to bring some type of equity among the other tenants, the rent structure.
And before this, it had been 30, what was the square footage? If I don't make a pop quiz, but I don't remember, what was the square footage amount prior to this? How much has it gone up?
Okay, so the existing square footage, and I'll get that number.
And I apologize, and maybe
I have that information.
Okay.
Let me just pop my screen. The existing is $32.69 a square foot.
Okay, and that's been in place for quite some time.
Yes, they experienced that for 10 years from 2013 to 2023.
Okay.
And so that's what they're experiencing now. And then this is increasing it somewhat.
The same, right, well, yeah, quite a bit.
Yes, quite a bit.
Okay, Mr. McVoy has his light on first.
Yeah, I've received quite a bit of input on this. I've put quite a bit of energy in trying to get more backup for it. So I'm going to summarize some of my understanding, and I hope that anybody who knows differently will correct if I have anything incorrect. But my understanding is this is in total about a 20-year lease. My understanding is the first 10 years of it were flat. There was no increase, no escalator during those first 10 years. We are now at the midpoint of that. For comparison, all of our other casino building, my understanding is they all had a 3.5% escalator during those 10 years. Our responsibility today is to make a decision that applies for the next 10 years with no possibility of revisions to it along the way. My understanding is that the only thing that this contract allows us to negotiate is the rent. Nothing else is on the table. Can I get a confirmation that all of those statements are correct to the best of everybody's knowledge?
I believe so.
Okay.
Correct.
My fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers, as I understand it, is to get a square deal for the city. And I would guess that a square deal for the city should also be a square deal for the lessee. I have some questions to make sure that we are going in that direction. First question, is this a triple net lease? I.e., is the lessee in this contract paying property taxes, insurance premiums, and the CAM, the common area maintenance fee, or any other type of maintenance fee?
That's in the original lease.
So the leasee is he is experiencing the property taxes. He is not paying CAM on the beach property. And the other one you mentioned?
Insurance, the typical things in a triple net lease, which is my understanding is the common, one of the common ways of doing commercial.
Yeah, so not the CAM.
So not.
But he has, but he pays for
He
his
pays
insurance
property insurance, yeah.
and the taxes.
And tax.
Okay. Are the casino buildings, our casino building leases triple net?
Yes, they
Okay.
do pay the CAM.
About what does the casino building CAM for those leases run per square foot?
This was all in the backup last time,
Not in my backup, it's not.
not in the last time when it came to us.
I'm going to, Lauren Bennett is on Zoom. She may have, if Lauren, you can give some clarity on the CAM portion of the rents for the casino properties.
Yes, ma'am. I would be happy to. Good evening. For the record, Lauren Bennett, Director of the Leisure Services Department. Currently for fiscal year 23, which is the fiscal year that we're in right now, it is $16.25 per square foot.
Okay, thank you. So that means in the spreadsheet that I believe is in the backup, but I received recently, the comparison of the proposed per square foot is 42.44 with the 3.5 escalator. And that's compared to the other casino building ones. However, $16 per square foot plus All right, we'll take property taxes and insurance off the thing because I guess this contract with the lessee would include that, but it doesn't include the CAM. So when I compare to the other renters in the casino building, I would get to 50 on one of them. Somebody help me out, 48 and 16, that sounds like 64. Am I right there? On two of the other ones. So I'm looking at quite a bit lower than the ones in the casino building. I think many people would be in agreement that the property that's right on the water is probably a bit more valuable as a business location than the casino building. I also understand that there is a pier and a bait shop, and I received some information after asking for it that came in late. So I don't know whether everybody else received it, but it indicated that the lessee was losing about 80,000 a year on the pier part of it. That strikes me as unlikely that the lessee would continue doing it for any length of time if they were actually losing 80,000. So I'm a little bit skeptical of those numbers. In the past, I understand that the arrangement with the pier portion was 65-35 split, and I believe 35 would go to the city. One might say, well, the pier and the bait shop, that has nothing to do with the restaurant. Recall what I mentioned earlier, which nobody indicated was incorrect. The only thing that we can negotiate in this contract is the rent. I also mentioned that my fiduciary responsibility is to get a square deal for the city. That means that anything that might be a little bit out of whack, the only way we can adjust it, there might be preferable ways to address it directly in other parts of the contract. That option is not open to us. The only thing we can adjust is the rent, and we get one shot at it for a decade. That to me says we should be looking very carefully at the whole big picture and make our adjustments to the rent accordingly. Comparing 44, even the 44 to 60 and higher, 54, 60 and higher, I can't see that that's a square deal for the city. So I cannot fiduciarily responsibly vote in favor of it.
Commissioner Malega.
Thank you. Speaking of fiduciary responsibly, last month we had the opportunity to make sure that we were being fiduciary responsible to mobile homes, but we gave money away there. So it's pick and choose. So I just want to be clear with the numbers. I do sign leases, and so as the mayor in regards to CAM and being a business owner. CAM you only pay if you're not maintaining the building. Mm-hmm. And as far as I know, Benny's cleans his own bathrooms, and Benny's at the ocean now, I'm talking about, not on the pier, not in the casino part. Mm-hmm. There is no reason for them to pay CAM because they do the maintenance. There is a reason for them to pay insurance and taxes. So with that set aside, there is no common maintenance because he does all the maintenance. So that's why there shouldn't be a CAM in this. Second of all, we're missing the part that $28,000 annually comes in from fishing passes that he maintains and sells, and $56,000 additional income from the parking passes that the employees pay. Those are two things that aren't calculated into this big number. So I don't want us to be looking at the big shiny object of what is the square footage. When you negotiate a lease, there's a lot more in play, okay? I believe that this is more than a fair lease, because if I was an owner of a business, bottom line is we're asking this man for $6,118 more a month. Now factor in restaurant cost. Food has gone up tremendously. We just lost Roxy's, we just lost Munka's due to the cost of food in this city, okay? So I remember when there were greedy landlords in town that tried to strong arm Starbucks, and that Starbucks still sits empty downtown in the Lucerne building. I'm not going to be part of a commission that tries to strong arm a business owner in the middle of a food crisis and inflation. $6,000 more a month comes out to $204 a day. When you break it down daily, it's not too bad, right? Well, do we know how much the insurance went up? That is a big factor in why I'm supporting this lease. It's not about giving prime property away. We're not. We have other properties in the city that we do need to renegotiate leases on, and we do need to do it hard. You know, we talked about, somebody on this dais had mentioned earlier that it's a destination. It brings people to the city. Well, what do you think Benny's does? Half the parking that we get is from people going to Benny's on the beach. Okay, let's not lose sight of that. So again, couple in 28,000 from parking, $56,000 a year from the employee parking, and an increase of $6,000 a month. That I think is a hefty lease. I think those are big increases. And again, I'm very thankful that the city manager did this negotiation, because Juan Ruiz was attacked the last time there was a lease brought forward, and then we lost him. Because people accused him of acting on behalf of the tenant, not the people. So all in all, this is a good lease for us. We are not giving him a brand new building. He didn't demand a new roof. He didn't demand new windows. There are a lot of things that we could have been held accountable in this lease negotiation to get where we are. And let's not lose sight of that. So we do have a fiduciary responsibility to keep the building safe and to make improvements to our building that we're not being held accountable for right now. So thank you, city manager, for making sure that you had one-on-ones with us. You obviously heard from each one of us. So the fact that we couldn't get a second after you had one-on-ones and you had clear direction is a little appalling and saddening to me. And I apologize that you may have wasted your time or energy and gone forward again and done this. But from where I'm coming from, I say thank you. Thank you for getting us here. Thank you for negotiating on behalf of the city and the residents on what I consider a very fair lease.
I just want to mention that Attorney Tracivia was.
Thank you, Carmen.
Commissioner Stokes.
Right. I've been very consistent with all my communications with the city manager and in public, and anytime this has come up, that I thought we would have done better getting a professional consultant to do the negotiations for us that can dig into the complexities of this lease. I am not willing to, I would love to give this building a new roof and make improvements, but I think in order to do that, we need the appropriate revenue coming from this establishment to pay for those improvements. And I'm uncomfortable doing anything outside of an actual contract. So if, the owner wants to do those improvements and provide the receipts and give all that stuff to the city, I think there's a correct way to do this. I don't think engaging in a 10-year lease with no option to renegotiate, saying, oh, well, you're going to do these improvements, or we haven't done these improvements. Let's do it the right way. Let's do the improvements. Let's do it by getting the appropriate amount of revenue from this building and move forward the right way. I do think it's that they could afford the same per square foot as all of the tenants at the casino, which would be 47 at a very base amount. I'm shocked to hear that. I haven't heard that they think that they're running the pier at a loss. That really blows my mind, because I was looking at that as like an extra incentive that they got. They are owning and operating the bait shop. They've made improvements over the last couple of years where now every person entering the pier has to walk through their bait shop, and they can be enticed to buy beer or water or, things they didn't even know they needed when they were getting ready to go on the pier. And in the past, they were able to partner with us for 35% of that pier revenue. And now they need all of it to do it, and are saying, is that a loss? That is shocking to me. When the previous could do it with 35% and was doing okay. The numbers I got was about $140,000 off of pier revenue, which means after accounting for taxes and the 35%, the city should be getting another $60,000 or $70,000 back to help maintain the pier. I don't know the last time anybody's been on the pier. I've walked down there. I tripped multiple times. I think we're, we want to make sure that we are getting the revenue we need, not only to maintain that building properly for whoever is leasing it, but also to maintain that pier properly, because I'm pretty sure when somebody pays $4 to go fishing on that pier, they believe it's going towards the maintenance of that pier.
We maintain that part of it.
Well, we don't get any money to do that. So the people who are paying to fish, me as a visitor, when I go out there just to sightsee and relax, my dollar, I would expect the dollar I'm paying to walk on that pier would go into making sure that pier is walkable. It's not. And I don't think that this is the best deal that we can get. And I've been consistent about this the entire time. In order to make sure that both parties are having a good partnership, that is why our market rate analysis said do 6% of gross revenue. That way, in the good times, you're getting what you can. And if something happens in the bad times, like they're not on the hook for a large amount based on square footage, their rent will adjust with how well their business is doing. So I've been consistent. I would be happy to take into account some of the other things like the revenue they're getting from the pier admissions, as well as a more fair square footage amount, or the 6% of the gross revenue. But this to me is not the best deal we can get.
Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, the 80,000 loss a year is a surprise to me as well. I had the 140,000+ positive. I was on the fence on this decision before, and now that's concerning to me. And as someone who is a regular user of the pier, well, I should say was before, when I had free time, used it extensively and knew, and I did know when you pay your fee that it went to the shop, not revenue. Somehow I knew that it was the city taking on, that maintenance cost. And I think I know that because we all remember, those two storms that we won't name, who took out the pier for a really long time, and we had to wait for it to be reconstructed. But it's really, I would like some clarification on that, because I think that's a major factor, is the revenue of the bait shop. I do agree that the pier needs more attention and we need to be able to afford it. And but I also think about the other tenants and what their perspective is on how they're being treated as tenants. And I can say, I can't really say for certain, but in my communications with the ones I do know, they want a more fair deal for sure, because they feel wronged that they don't, they're not paying the same rate, but also, they're not using as much as the common space. I do hear, I hear the concerns that Benny's does bring considerable traffic to the beach, but realistically, I still, want to see the reasoning and data behind that, because I think people come to the beach because it's a municipal beach, and those are becoming pretty endangered in Florida. Just like, in recent legislation, we have no access to private beaches as fishermen and whatnot. So I think our municipal beaches are becoming more and more of a treasure, and they're being more and more used because options are running out all across the board in Florida. And I think our beach is a pretty special one in many regards, because of the tenants that are there, but because of the quality of the water that's typically there, and the surf and all these things that bring people together. So, on behalf of other tenants, on behalf of, I'm just concerned on how they feel about that. And I do kind of want to hear comments from the public too.
I was at the pier today. I was at the casino today, dropped in, saw Barry Friedman. He's quite happy with the situation at the thing. I think one thing we do have to look at, and apparently nobody wants to look at these things, is the condition of the building. We can all say it's on the pier, it's on the ocean, but every night, like at Benny's on the beach or Mamma Mia's at the Benny's at the Ocean Walk, they can just lock their liquor cabinets. Every night, they have to load up their liquor, take it down to the lower parking lot, and in a locked facility there. It's not an ideal, it's not the same quality of building, although the location is great. It's not the same quality of building that the other ones are. It's not a 10-year-old building. It's an old building that does take a lot of maintenance. When we came here the last time, one of the issues was, and I agreed with it, was that the 3.5 increase is the same as any of the other, and that's why I asked the city manager, it's the same as any of the other buildings, rent tenants up there. I find it interesting, Mr. McVoy, that you feel at this point in time that you have a fiduciary duty to raise the rent when you were one of the people that voted 10 years ago to have no rent increases for 10 years. If that had not been the case, we would not be looking at now at almost 25% increase in that rent. It would have gone up with everybody else. So now we're looking at a dramatic, and I'm not the math girl here, but when I look at those numbers, that's about a 24% raise in their, it's a big raise in their rent. We've gotten up to $44 a square foot. It's a little bit less than a couple of the others, $3 a square foot less than the others. For a building that's, he doesn't have an office, he doesn't have a place to store stuff. His kitchen is very small. He's doing the best with it. I'm not suggesting that he's not, but I believe that, 10 years of no rates increases, and then we're going to catch up to the others is a little disingenuous. I mean, 10 years ago, you had to vote to not have any raise at all. So I'm a little confused about that. I believe that this is a good deal. I believe that we're negotiating in good faith. We are only given the option of looking at the rent of the building, not the other different pieces of sharing the income from the bait shop. But I feel that we will be doing a huge disservice to this city, in my view, of my fiduciary responsibility to keep Benny's there, to keep them open, to encourage, we all talk about encouraging business. Benny's, if we reject this lease, and this is not a threat, but if we reject this lease, there's a good chance that Mr. Lipton might say, you know what, fine. I'll take it, I'll take these and I'll go away. And there go 200 jobs. I think that we need to pay a little respect to the fact that these are hardworking people in our own community. And I think that we should show them that support. We're not, I've read some of the comments. I know what some of the comments we're giving away, but no, we're not. We're not giving away anything. We are having a lease with a giant increase over 10 years, which is all that we're empowered to do after a 10-year period of absolutely no increases. Ms. Davis, you were next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about communicating the setup for this contract. The contract calls for, of course, the renting of the restaurant space, and also the pier is a separate entity in the contract. And so the money or the revenues or the funds that are generated from the bait shop, I want to make it clear that those are going to Mr. Limpton based on the fact that it is a management fee. So so the entrance onto the pier, as well as the selling of fishing passes, are given to him for the services that he's providing in managing that facility.
Which means that there's a staff member that we don't have to have and pay.
Right, so that's in lieu of the city managing it. So that's considered a management fee based on the language in the contract. And then also, just so you know, the pier, the responsibility for the city is, of course, to make the major repairs, the structural repairs, because we do own it. And then the contract calls for Mr. Lipton to maintain just the trash removal, as well as cleaning or power washing the pier. So I want to make sure that I communicated well on the fact that there is the contract calls for certain responsibilities and the reason for that. So as I mentioned, he receives a management fee for those proceeds at the bait shop, as well as his responsibility to maintain the pier. So I want to make sure that was clear. As far as the proceeds that he received from the pier, I had general conversation with him concerning some of the operational aspect of the pier. And he shared with me some of the expenses that he incurs, but I did not receive all of it because this was through some general conversation. And of course, I didn't have time to get all the detailed information on his expenses for the pier. But I'm sorry, for the bait shop. For instance, I didn't have his utility costs, and he also said he has some operating costs concerning security cameras and others. But the information that I had just for his experience in 2022, it basically showed that he has some loss, but of course, he has other sales that he conducts as far as some convenient items for those who go to the beach, ice cream, sodas, and also candy or ice. He sells things at the bait shop as well, which generate revenue to offset some of the expenses that he incurs there as well. So I just wanted to give a good full picture of what happens at that bait shop. And then he also invests in the building. Ms. Bennett just reminded me the other day that he refurbished the bathroom as well as the bait shop in itself.
You know, when we were talking last time, everybody said they should have the same accelerator as the other shops do. We have that. That's you were able to negotiate that with them.
Right. And so I say all that to say those are some of the elements that went into our conversations as we negotiated as well.
Commissioner Mulligan.
The square footage, 7,342, does that include the bait shop?
I'm sorry,
The bait shop is separate, correct, than the 7,342 square feet that this lease is based on?
That is separate, yeah.
Okay, so why it's not in the language, it's not in the lease. Why are we so hung up on a conversation about a bait shop when we have a lease before us? Has nothing to do, the bait shop is a whole different discussion. It's a different contract, it's a different management contract than the lease that's before us. And doing the simple math, if the prior commission 10 years ago would have put the same increase, we would be getting $16,000 more a month right now, which is actually $160,000 a year more. I'm sorry, my calculations are off. So $160,000 more. If 10 years ago, somebody would put the same increase that we're putting in today. So that was a missed opportunity 10 years ago. We can't punish somebody for what was missed 10 years ago. But once you factor in the additional income that comes in, and you can say, Commissioner Diaz, well, we don't know what parking is. If you walk through Benny's, 90% of the people at Benny's are not dressed to go to the beach. They're in sundresses and attire to go out to eat. That's an additional $13,118 a month. Once you add in the increase and the parking. Again, Roxy's just closed because the price of eggs was too high. This is a restaurant business. There is unfortunate waste. And if we're really going into the recession that people think we're going into, we keep seeing the increase and every time I go on Facebook, I see, oh, that's so sad that business closed. Oh, that's so sad that business didn't survive. We're going to be that landlord that puts that tenant, that business out of business. Okay. And I will tell you that this reminds me of when my landlord during COVID, I had to be closed and I had paper on the windows and my lease was up for renewal. My landlord knew I couldn't go anywhere. You know what he did? He held me to the fire for an increase of $850 a month. Doesn't sound a lot, but it's a lot for 2,800 square feet. Almost put me out of business. Thank God we were able to open sooner than we anticipated. But that's a greedy person in my world. And again, we have 200 plus people who rely on that place for income. You know, we want to talk about changing things right in the city. We want to keep people off the streets. We want to help, but yet we want to hinder the one business that is our largest employer in this city. So, you know, let's not also forget the fact that he stepped in and took on Mulligan's lease when they failed. And he put all the infrastructure and all the build out into that space twice, not once, twice. So it's not, again, I'm going to go back to, it's not black and white. You know, governing is finding a common ground, what's good for the entire city. And I believe in all of my heart that this is good for the entire city.
I agree with you. We have some public comment cards. We'll start here and then we'll go up to the county clerk. Suka DeYoung. Did she leave? The pier is filthy with broken boards. Benny's collects 140. These numbers just get thrown out. I love it. 140,000 a year and pockets some money to manage the pier. This should stop. The city needs the money. Tell me to take out the clause to pay Benny's $300 a day if the pier is inoperable or broken. Benny's should pay premium rates for the prime waterfront property it occupies. Peggy Fisher?
But again, city manager, the pier is not included in this lease, correct?
The bait shop.
The bait shop, I mean, is not included in this lease.
It's not part of the rent structure of the lease.
It is or it isn't part of the lease.
Well, I would defer to the attorney to interpret the contract and.
Right, the
It's not
pier,
negotiable.
right, exactly. The pier
But
is
it is.
part of the lease, but the rent is the rent for the restaurant.
For the restaurant. Not the bait shop, not the pier.
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher? Thank you for your.
That's right. Peggy Fisher, 508 North Bay Street. I was in this room 10 years ago on February 5th when this lease was approved. And Commissioner McCoy was in this room on the commission when the leases were discussed. Sitting there when Steve Carr, as the finance director, went through all the details about the lease, including specifically in the lease that the parking for the pier comes back to the city monthly. And everything else, the pier emissions go to Denny's to maintain a pier master and maintain the pier, and spells it out. There's nothing hidden or anything else about that. Do your homework. That's what you all are supposed to do. If I can find it, you can find it. This is atrocious to sit up there and say you want a square deal for the city. Well, guess what? Where was the square deal when you were negotiating the leases then and you didn't put in the escalator? Where was the square deal when the commission was negotiating and couldn't find a tenant for the second floor, and to date has not been able to find a tenant? And you were part of that. You were part of the people who came to this city, this room, and talked about tenants for the new building. And those leases were negotiated by a commercial real estate person, Anderson Carr. So all this smoke and mirrors being thrown out about they lose this or they're not giving us this, it is BS. I'm sorry. I don't know how many other people back here were in this room, but I know I was, and I could tell you who was sitting up there. You are sitting right where you're sitting now in District 2. And this is going after a tenant that you did not ask for an increase for 10 years and now saying, oh, well, we want you to give us that 10 years worth of income.
Thank you. That's time.
This person has agreed to it. He's gracious. Thank you.
Thank you, time. Daniel Morgan?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here to make comment.
Name and address for the record, please.
331 South J Street, apartment 4. I'm here to make comment against the current lease as it stands. I was here when Mr. Juan Ruiz was talking to the commission about, the lease and the initial proposal. He admitted himself that he wasn't an expert in the area, and I believe this number that the city staff and the owners of Benny's came up with, that averages the current square footage of all the buildings in the casino, really doesn't take into consideration at all the fact that none of those other buildings have the ocean. You know what I mean? How is there not value in being right next to the ocean on that pier? Are we really thinking that Benny's itself, the food, the ambiance, brings people to their restaurant? Even if it wasn't on the pier, they would get the same amount of traffic. We need to really put value or consider the value that we bring to this deal and negotiate something on behalf of the residents and the taxpayers of the city, and not just special consideration for one business. It's surprising to me to hear so much love and so much charity being talked about for a business who assumes risk but also has all the profit or that they can possibly make. That's the type of economics that we work here in the United States. Every business assumes some risk, but they have their profits to gain. I ask that the commission really consider hiring again a private consultant, Anderson Carr, as they suggest that 6% of all gross sales could go into a yearly lease. I think we might have to recognize that it just seems like the square footage, taking the average of all these buildings, is really not really putting time into finding out, you know what I mean? It just seems like not a lot of thought and effort was put into it. It's like, okay, let me take all the rents at the casino, let me average them out, let's hit something in the middle. You know what I mean? That doesn't sound like somebody who's really trying to negotiate a deal for the city.
Thank you. Brooke Colmeyer?
Cliff Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South, Lake Worth. In brief, I would like the commission to please postpone, not deny the lease renewal, because obviously it's a good business. He's been a good neighbor, brings business to the city, et cetera. But without having a lot of emotion and bad feelings about it, I think we really need to sit down and look at the numbers. And I said this last time, and when this first came before the commission, I think it was a couple of months ago, it came before the commission 2 weeks before the lease expired. Now, if you read the lease, it says that the lessee has to give 6 months notice, which I'm sure he did prior to the expiration of the lease, in which case we would have had 6 months to really talk about it other than one to one, right? So when this came to the public's attention, less than 2 weeks prior to the expiration, it just blew me out of the water. It's like, why is this guy paying so much less? He's a bit of a bully. I like Lee. He's been, good to me. I know him. He's get great food over there, and they charge for it. It's a very profitable, thriving business. Now, I read the backup to this meeting, and the fiscal impact analysis prepared by staff was missing a whole line item concerning the liabilities to the city, one of which is that we have to replace the boards and railings from time to time. So how much is that? That is a fact. When there's damage, that is a liability that needs to be in the analysis. The other thing, of course, which we cannot renegotiate now, is the $300 a day rebate to his rent, given that the pier is separate. The pier is not in the lease. The bait shop is mentioned in the lease, but that's a whole separate issue. The pier,
Thank you, that's time.
destroyed, we pay him $300 a day.
Thank you.
Okay, this is just wrong. We need to renegotiate. Please postpone this until we can get a better deal.
Thank you. David Sims?
Good evening, David Sims, 715 North L Street. I don't want to.
We have 2 minutes?
That's right.
I thought we had 3.
On agenda items.
We need to figure this out. Okay.
3 minutes for public participation, 2 minutes on agenda items.
While I don't want Benny's to be unfairly charged for rent, having a bad deal, I do think that the city should get their fair share. It's good that we're raising their rent to something reasonable, but it's still, from the numbers I've heard, it's still less than other properties on the beach. Some I've heard are like $47 a square feet, and they're not on the waterfront. I've also heard that the revenue from the pier is $140,000 a year. And while the city is required to maintain the pier, then the maintenance they do on the pier is basically the quarterly pressure washes. I think the city should receive a fair share of the proceeds from the pier receipts, but since you can't add that stipulation in the middle of this lease. I'm thinking that maybe they should pay a little bit more square footage than we're proposing that they do. So I'd like that you not approve the deal as is and just kind of renegotiate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Jennings, 802 North C Street. Does Benny pay for the square footage of the pier store? Do they pay for the square footage of the pier since they're making this $140,000 number has just sort of appeared somewhere off the entrance to the pier? If they are not paying this for square footage of the pier, they need to be. The dollar amount per square footage needs to increase for this oceanfront property. I know you're under time pressure to approve this, but it's not a strong contract that needs to be improved. That's from Kara Jennings. Up next is Lee Simon. Is he here? Give Benny's 1 year, then RFP for competition. Please give back control of the pier to City of Lake Worth Beach. Todd.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. I have no answers here, but I do want to say that I had a very long meeting with the former city manager, whatever his name was. And we were talking about how the pier itself, it's not just going to be the reverberation in the pier is not just going to be a few boards and some stuff on top. The pylons themselves are, I think you called it spiking. And so that the pylons area, the area of the pylon facing the water.
This is about
is
rent.
getting so it's like FYI who pays, and who's liable once the pier is in actual serious trouble. That's all.
Thank you.
I don't have any answers. I just want to say that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do, Madam Mayor. First comment is, can you all hear me, by the way? Thomas Conboy, 30 South M Street. I am very disappointed that this lease is coming back again significantly below market rate for a premium restaurant property at the pier and oceanfront. This lease doesn't even come in at the same rate per square foot as the pizza place at the beach. No wonder we are having a hard time financing a pool at the beach when staff continues to bring below market leases to the commission. Please get a good commercial real estate firm to provide comparable leasing rates to premium properties similar to our oceanfront restaurants. If you should approve this lease, modify it to not exceed 1 year and then put it out to request for bid and see what the market brings. This is a premium waterfront restaurant that is reservations only and fully booked most of the time. It is the location that drives the success we see. Amy Ferreter, 30 South J Street. Please approve the lease renewal for Benny's on the Beach. This business brings countless visitors to our city and is an important landmark on our beach. Benny's also provides jobs and a good income for our residents and their families. It's important for our downtown and beach businesses to thrive. We should all encourage more positive economic growth, and Benny's is an important part of the city. Renew the lease tonight. Erin Allen, 208 South Lakeside Drive. Mayor and commissioners, I cannot attend the meeting this evening, but I want my thoughts to be logged. I understand this is the city's fourth time to the well with regard to Benny's lease renewal. I would encourage you to adopt the lease terms you have put forth and ensure that Benny's remains a destination at our beach. I am disappointed with the city trying to raise the rent, and some think what is proposed now isn't enough. I find it interesting that this greedy, get as much as you can because you can mentality is what this commission was railing against over the past year and a half when landlords started to raise their rents to an unsustainable level because of property values increasing so dramatically. In fact, you were so much against this that you wanted to put a moratorium on rent increases and dictate to landlords what they could charge and how much they could increase their rents because people were getting pushed out of their homes. Basically, rent control. Your behavior towards Benny's is analogous. Thank you. Trying to squeeze as much as you can from him because you know he's rooted deeply into his spaces. Have you thought about the hundreds of families he's responsible to support many of whom live in Lake Worth Beach? Do you want to take their livelihood away because of being overly greedy? Mr. Lipton has not only one, but 2 commercial spaces he's renting from the city. He's proved to be a friend of the city. The city has been negligent for years in not finding a tenant for the most valuable upstairs real estate space at the casino, which is sadly being used as offices for city staff. And yet you want to jeopardize losing someone who has invested so deeply in the city and brought 2 quality dining venues to the beach. Show Mr. Lipton and all his employees we want them to stay and continue to provide such wonderful oceanside experiences to the public. Pass this lease renewal tonight. Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. Well, this is interesting reading this lease and seeing that Benny's has signed it. While we have listened for over the year about greedy landlords, looks like the worm has turned. You have squeezed a 23% increase with an escalator clause going forward. While one commissioner brought up the fact that there were no increases in the previous lease, that very commissioner voted for that lease back in 2013. Another commissioner wants to add a gross receipt process, but keep throwing out all kinds of percentages. In other words, has no clue what they are talking about. Who is going to audit the gross receipts? A third commissioner states that Benny's is non-inclusive with such high prices. So let's jack up the rent. That will make this real inclusive. I honestly hope that for once this commission listens to the one business person on the dais, just like we had to listen to a commissioner drone on and on last week. Let's put this to a rest. Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I remain opposed to signing this lease in its current form, even though the price per square foot has increased and the annual increment rate has increased. I have several concerns that looking at the bigger picture, the terms of this lease do not serve the interests of the city of Lake Worth Beach, its residents, and its businesses. My concerns are Benny's receives 100% of the pier admissions in return for managing the retail shop, maintaining the pier website, and pressure washing the pier quarterly. The city is responsible for repairing the boards and rails of the pier, and yet under this lease receives none of the revenue from the pier admissions. The lease of the previous tenant had a split of 35% of the pier admissions to the tenant and 65% to the city. This is more proportionate. The pier revenue has been reported at $140,000 per annum with 70,000 visitors annually. The figures provided in the financial analysis by staff only give the income. The line item for outgoing year-to-year liabilities is blank. The lease requires the city to replace boards and railings on the pier and to reimburse Benny's $300 per day in the event the pier is unusable for 10 days or more. Estimates of these and any other liabilities should be an integral part of the analysis. The rate per square foot is still less than that of Mamma Mia and the t-shirt shop, and considerably less than the Palm Beach County minimum price of $60 per square foot, as one of the comparisons noted in the Anderson Carr report. The city is also missing out on revenue sharing as recommended by Anderson Carr in its report. In order to provide a fair return on this very valuable asset, renewal of the lease should be withheld until A, the fiscal analysis is complete, B, square footage rate meets market rate, and C, the tenant agrees to return at least 6% of gross sales to the city. We should hire a consultant if necessary to negotiate on our behalf. Barry Katz, 418 North Federal Highway, apartment 28. Why has the city decided to cave to Benny's decision to pay less rent per square foot than other properties on our beach? Benny's on the beach is our tenant. They are not the attraction. Our beautiful city beach is the attraction. Any reasonably run restaurant would be very happy to have that location. Furthermore, how has Benny's managed to appropriate the revenue of the city pier as its own? Why is that not city income? Benny's is our tenant, not the other way around. Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue, apartment 205. Dear city fathers and mothers, we could steward our city by valuing our most important assets at the very least at fair market value. Unfortunately, we give developers millions of dollars to develop one of our assets, the Gulf Stream, while ignoring our most valuable asset, waterfront real estate, the beach. Our citizens deserve a beautiful oceanfront park, replete with swimming pools, water features, and the like. Listen to my presentation on July 5th, 2022 at minute 22 to get a vision of what is possible. This could be possible if we charged our lessees oceanfront rates, in particular Benny's. We also would benefit by charging for what Benny's does for free, that is advertised along the pier. Why are we not collecting revenue from a variety of businesses who might like to get their name in front of the people or enjoying our beachfront? While I lie in the sand, planes used to fly overhead streaming an advertisement for restaurants, products, and businesses. Why are we not charging for the right to advertise along our pier? With good stewardship, we might be able to build upon our lovely asset and provide our locals and visitors with the amenity that was robbed from them, our pool. Nick Poliuki, 429 North D Street. It doesn't make any sense that Benny's on the Beach currently collects all the cash from visits to our municipal pier, totaling around $140,000 per year. This is in addition to getting an inexplicable discount on rent for one of the most valuable properties in the county. It's like letting Burger King take a percentage of utility bills in exchange for sending a Burger King employee to sweep up the utility department parking lot once a month. It makes zero sense, and the only explanation I can think of is that there are self-interested parties that aren't doing what's best for the city. Benny's is doing no real maintenance besides pressure washing the pier, something a city employee could easily do, and we could keep our $140,000 a year from our beautiful pier. Sal Duke, 1500 Lucerne Avenue. The proposed lease extension with Benny's on the Beach should be approved. I've seen comments about why does Benny's get to keep the pier admissions? The answer is that the original lease signed in 2013 and covering 10 years has that provision in it. The funds for parking for pier visitors are remitted to the city monthly. Benny's pays the salary of the pier master and the general maintenance of the pier, not the city. That's at least a $50,000 savings to the city, not having to pay salary and benefits to an employee. The 2013 lease was explained in detail to the sitting commission at the time, so all these details were fully disclosed. Mr. McVoy was a member of the 2013 commission, and minutes of the meeting show he approved the original lease. Madam Mayor, that's the last comment, but I wanted to let you know you have 2 minutes and 31 seconds left to discuss this item.
That's not much.
Madam Mayor, I have my light on. I just want to state one thing. So we as a commission passed an ordinance that we're not even following. Ordinance 2022-10 says that every landlord, the city in response to the Florida Attorney General's opinion 94-41 desires to enact this ordinance requiring 180 days written notification should be given by all City of Lake Worth Beach non-residential landlords, that's us, to their tenants with a lease or a monthly tenancy without a specific duration prior to increasing the tenant's rental rates above 5% and prior to terminating a tenancy if the tenancy is month to month. We're in violation of our own ordinance. So as far as I'm concerned, if we can't get past this, this could be Mr. Lipton's 180-day notice that his rent's going to go up more than 5%. And in the next 180 days, his rent stays the same that he's already at. But this has got to be addressed. We're not even following our own ordinance with our tenants. So I would lean to legal to find out where we go at this point.
So I'm not that familiar with that ordinance that Commissioner Maliga just informed me about a minute ago, but I was going to make a suggestion if I may. Obviously, there's not consensus here and the lease expires in a month. So my suggestion would be maybe authorize a 6-month extension at
Okay, just for the record, okay, just for the record, Mr. Lipton is here, and I believe you might want to address the commission.
And my suggestion is that everyone is, invested in this. Mr. Lipton is, the commissions is, and maybe a little bit of cooling off time where the parties have time to negotiate and extend. And I would believe that would be advantageous. So the commission, for us to have a meeting where the commission gives clear direction as to what rent you're seeking. because obviously the manager and I had an understanding as to what we thought
Right.
that was. We were incorrect. So,
They raised the bar.
and everybody had different opinions. You know, I'm not saying that there was clear consensus. So, and if I've heard talked about getting a commercial broker involved, we have the agreement with Anderson and Carr. You might want to use them again. You might want to go out for bids. Any of those options, looking at other rental rates, for example, the Palm Beach County is out for bids on their restaurant up in Juno Beach or Jupiter on Carlin Park. They're advertising it at $60 a square foot. I called the park director last week to see where are they on that. They're in the cone of silence. She couldn't tell me. So maybe in a few months from now, we'll get a better idea of what's going on in the rental market. Everybody can take a few months, step back, extend the lease for 6 months, and then come back and talk about this again when we have some clearer idea as to what is the fair amount. I certainly think that, you know, when Carmen and I negotiated this with Mr. Lipton, we thought this was fair. We're not the decider maker on who's fair. You are, and Mr. Lipton is. So that's my suggestion, a 6-month extension. We could talk to Mr. Lipton tomorrow about whether he's willing to accept that. Well, we have time to continue to talk this through.
Okay.
Make a motion.
I just got a notice of someone, Madam Clerk had sent in a comment, Deborah Providence, and it was not read. Did you not find that?
So Madam Mayor and Commission, there's a deadline by which to turn in comments. Those comments that are not received in time are not read.
Okay, that's all right. That's, so you're saying it wasn't received in time.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, yeah, yes. We are, and I'm sure past the 2 minutes now, which means workshop. Would you like to address the commission? Sure. Okay.
You know, I said this to myself, I can't even imagine standing here. Ronaldo, you can look at me if you, because you haven't looked at me once, and I've never met you, and I've never met you in my life. And I am the best tax person in this city who pays as more taxes, that's a fact, than many other people.
For the record, your name is Lee Lipton.
Lee Lipton.
And your address?
And I own Benny's on the Beach in Lake Worth.
Okay, thank you.
Between Benny's on the Beach, started with 20 employees and now has 200. Between the sales tax, property tax, income tax, and rent, we're talking maybe, I don't know, $3 million a year. Okay, something like that. Okay, some crazy, that doesn't even include parking, that an empty parking lot at 5 o'clock when I bought this restaurant, it was at 2 o'clock when it closed. And that parking lot was completely empty. Okay, now you go back to that pier for just a second. What is $140,000? That's no number that ever came up at anyone's point. How about the number what it takes at $15 to $20 an hour after healthcare? $20 an hour. That's what, $300-400 a day times 365 days a year. It's $120,000. So maybe it's $110,000. Okay, just to have a person there. I see that you have the young lady on the phone on the TV set who's a brilliant Lauren. She'll tell you what it's like to try to get somebody to open that pier at 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning and close it at 12 o'clock at night. She'll tell you what it's like. You talk about candy, you guys go buy the candy. You can have the pier store. You keep the candy, you stock the candy, you sell the candy. I want that pier store for one reason. You know what I want it for? So we have a bathroom that 150 employees can go to the bathroom and not have to walk across the other end, and I lose so much productivity. So I have a bathroom there. So I put $40,000 my own money. I didn't say a word to you people about this. I put $40,000 in our own money to buy a bathroom. You say we put a window, we put a store. It was a garbage hole before. Okay, I mean, how do you even compare? Okay, but the most important thing that we've done, I felt that the first time I was ever going to be standing in front of you was going to be you telling me what a great job we've done. Okay, we've done 200 people working in this city. Okay, here's the next piece. Is something okay? I'm sorry. 200 people working in the city. I have begged this board from as many angles as possible. Please let me take the upstairs. Please let me take the upstairs. That's more rent that you would get than even this whole discussion that you don't even get to talk to me about because there's no one to talk to. Okay? You've never called me. You never called me and said, let's talk. I want that upstairs. I could show you how to build that pool. I've told everybody. I mean, the last commission, this commission, but nobody wants to listen. Okay, there's a joke going around. They want cheaper hot dogs and cheaper hamburgers, but don't worry. But you guys take out a piece of paper. Do you realize the rent increase that this fabulous man negotiating with Carmen is $1,200,000 over 10 years? I'm scared. Okay, Betty's has not gone up in sales in the last 3 years. It's not gone down. It's basically plateauing. Okay, but in 10 years from now, I have to pay $36,000 a month rent. Is that the correct number, Carmen? $36,000? Okay, from 20. So from $20,000 to $36,000, I have to pay rent. And you're telling me hamburgers shouldn't go up to $32? Of course they're going to go up to $32. So he's got to pay that rent. Okay, I mean, it just doesn't happen. Okay, it's like you're saying all these things. I'm listening. I never even heard. Where was this $80,000 loss in the pier? I've never even heard that number. That's just like a number. Okay, I basically said I think the gross number is 140,000. It costs around 110. By the time you finish the power walking at $1,000 a month, by the time you finish picking up the garbage at $300 a week, you're sitting there basically breaking even. And the only profit in the whole place is, you're right, selling some fish. And I just put in $16,000 to buy a ice machine so the people on the beach could have ice. It's not a big profit. I'm not making a killing on ice. Okay? I mean, these people have jobs. So what am I going to do? I'm going to walk away tomorrow and say, you know what? You know what? Maybe I'll just take the one restaurant and just take everything out and figure it out and fire 150 people and say, I'm sorry, what do you want? The commission wants more money. I don't know how much more money you want. Okay, how do you compare a building that people stand in line all day and all night going to a bathroom that I have to figure out? You know, if you take that Pierce store away, the first thing you better do is bring in an electrical company to break up, because I don't want to pay their electric. I don't want to pay the plumbing. So you can dissect it. Just take it away and now bring in people to go and dissect the building. So they do the sewage, because I'm paying for the sewage for both. I pay when those pipes are cleaned out there. I don't even understand why I'm standing here trying to figure this out, trying to explain this all to you guys. It's crazy. You have 200 young people learning how to work. If that doesn't mean anything to you, I don't know what means anything to you. Okay, we have young women. We have an Angie, a Heather. These people were servers. They're now managers. They're groomed to be managers of other places. You go talk to the people, and you want to know what? If it gets to it, I'll bring in 150 of them. I will go one by one, and you can ask them questions all day long next month. I didn't want to this week. You want to know why? You know why I didn't? And I swear to you, and you know I was offered that. I got a phone call from the Palm Beach Post. I didn't take it. Okay? I'm telling you why. Because I really felt that you guys were going to figure this out yourselves. Okay? And it didn't take me to be sitting there in my office to watch this stuff where people are talking about minuscule things. We're talking about little stuff. Okay? How about important stuff? Tell me this. And I don't even want to say this in public, but what would happen if we left? What building you think you'd have to go lease out to somebody? You have to put $1 million into that building, maybe 5. Okay? To go lease it out to, who would you get? Duffy's? Rocco's Tacos? Who would you get? Okay? I mean, who do you think's coming in here? It doesn't make sense. The whole thing doesn't make sense. So here's what I'd like, and I would like this very much. You vote on it tonight. If you vote no, you know that's the end for me. Okay? I'm not renegotiating the lease at this point. Okay? I have renegotiated. I've given you $1,200,000. I'm not giving, just evict us and that's it, or let us stay. Because I'm telling you, that's it. Okay, I had enough. I sat here in June. I begged your office with Juan and everybody, and they all said, you know what? We're going to give you the lease. The first lease came. The second lease came. The third lease came. Now the fourth lease came. Okay, what am I going to do? That's not how I roll. Okay, it ain't going to happen 60 days from now. Okay, if you want to evict us, and yes, next month we'll come back and we'll make one more presentation while you're crazy for evicting us, because we don't deserve to be evicted. Okay, the community, we do so much stuff for high school gyms. I don't even want to go through all this stuff. It's crazy. Benny's on the beach is probably arguably the best thing in the goddamn city of Lake Worth. And if it's not the best thing, it's in the top 3. So why in the world would you want to do anything but put a finger in my face like I'm taking away money from people? Okay, I'm trying to make a I'm trying to teach my children, I'm trying to teach workers how to make a living. Isn't that important? I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lipton. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry if I can interrupt for a moment. I said yes and answered the question. I want to make a correction.
Oh.
When we talk about the monthly increase for this starting at the beginning of the lease to the end in 10 years, it ranged from 25,000 to 33,000 a month. So I want to make sure I correct it.
I'm sorry, how much am I paying now? 20,000?
No. Based on the proposed increase, the increase starts at 25,000 a month, and in the 10-year period, it'll end about 33,000 a month.
That's correct.
Except I'm paying 21,000 now. So that's what the 4,000 difference is. I'm paying $21,000 now, and it will go to 34,000.
Correct.
So
That's $12,000 a month.
I'd like to amend my motion with a motion to approve this lease with the proper 160 days, 180 days notice that we should have given our tenant in the first place, meaning that this existing lease that's before us would not take effect for another 180 days. And this would be the proper notice that we would be in compliance with our ordinance. So that's what my motion would be.
Okay, I will accept that amendment. And again, we thought over 5% was high, right? I'm pointing out what I'll accept your amendment. You know, we were all excited about 5%, raising people 5%. We got to give them 60 days, and now we're doing it 20-something%. 180 days.
We do have 30 more days left, and I agree with our lawyer that I think it would be good for us to cool off because.
But what do you want? Here's the thing. We can talk about what it is.
Here's my whole frustration with all of this. We get a 6-month term to negotiate with the tenant. We got a 6-month term to negotiate with the tenant. Starting last June. This commission wasn't aware of any of that. We had no input, anything. Somebody had said, we were given like 2 weeks before it came to us. And we've been working with the city manager. We've been digging into numbers. We just got more numbers. I don't know, a week ago. Like, we're trying to work through this whole thing based off of what's before us and what we can work off of. We have not had 6 months, and I'm not saying that we need 6 months, but I have not had like I said before, I would like to see, I'm a very reasonable person. I would like to see the receipt.
More money? Is that the
I would like to see, the goal is a fair deal for both of us. That is my only goal.
Mr. Lipton, we can't have back and forth. Seriously, please, we can't.
The receipts, there's a lot of claims going on, and we haven't had anybody work through all the numbers and present all of that stuff. It's a lot of this person says this and that person says that. And I think we could use the 30 days to get all of the information consolidated.
What other information are you looking for specifically?
Okay, hear about how much, just all the information that Mr. Lipton just provided us right now.
What has it got to do with the monthly rate?
Because everything we're hearing, I put this much money into new bathroom. All right, let's write that out on a piece of paper. I'm doing this. That's what I said.
Are you going to reimburse him for that? Is that why?
Okay, excuse me.
I'm asking, are you thinking about reimbursing him?
If we're taking these things into consideration, let's put it on a piece of paper and do it properly. Because we haven't had the time to do this. So
that's what we have staff is to negotiate for us, right?
Well,
that's what the lawyer are supposed to do.
Well, like I said, I wanted somebody to come in that could dig through all of the numbers and make sure that we're doing
that with any other tenant, Commissioner Stokes.
Right. No other tenant has a 20-year lease. So I think that.
Yes, they do. We just did 10-year extensions.
I have my light on. I don't.
All right.
see the
Madam
red-
Mayor?
Yeah.
We have surpassed the 30 minutes.
Well, there you go. So we're past the conversation. We have to go to a workshop.
Does it have to go to workshop or it can just come back? We can't just keep talking.
Has to go to
about it tonight.
workshop. That's the rule that we made.
Take a vote.
We could take a vote.
We still have 30 days. I'd like to table this.
Well, we have a motion, we have a second.
What are we following? Are we following the 30 minutes? Are we not following the 30 minutes?
We have a
What do we
motion,
do?
and we have a vote. So all in favor to approve it, aye. All opposed,
Nay.
Nay.
motion fails. So goodbye, Mr. Bennings. Thank you very much, Commission, for killing a business in the city.
Good job, guys.
We had an offer of very.
Wow, we just sent a great message to potential businesses, you guys. We just sent a fabulous message.
Yeah.
The Quaker House meeting.
We had a offer on the table that struck me as very reasonable from our attorney that said, hey, it might be wise. Obviously, people have a lot of heated feelings. There was a clear indication
It will actually,
that there was a mismatch of numbers coming in at all sorts of different times. I would think it would have been quite wise on the lessee's part to help prepare those numbers. I
all right,
think if we.
we're done. We have a vote and we're done and it's 30 minutes. Next item.
I hope he closes both restaurants and leaves.
Sure, really, congratulations, everybody. Unbelievable. Yeah, and I really, what's different this year than 10 years ago? New business, construction contract, we're moving on. We're moving on.
Ridiculous.
New business, construction company with TED Group 1 for hurricane impact windows at the Lake Worth Beach Public Library. Hello.
Good evening.
17 numbers? Shouldn't we do that? Shouldn't we look at?
Sarah, don't.
No, it's just
don't.
ridiculous.
Hi.
Good evening. For the record, Mike Pierce, Assistant Director of Public Works. This is a contract with a Tech Group 1 company to replace our vintage 1970s jalousie windows at the library for new hurricane impact windows. So some of the benefits of that, of course, hurricane protection, increased security, reduced outside noise, which is always great for a library, and energy efficiency. We expect around 20% energy efficiency from just these windows alone. So this is completely funded through ARPA. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Do we have?
How many bids did we take for this?
2 bids.
Just 2, that's all that answered?
That's all they answered the bids. Yeah.
Is that because it's a historical bill? Well, no, it's not historical. So why do we think we only had 2? Just curious.
Unaware.
Motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next is construction agreement with ENF Florida Enterprises, DVA Creative Contract Improvements at Hal Grimes Memorial Park.
Hello again. Once again, Mike Pierce, Assistant Director of Public Works. So this is an agreement with the ENF Florida Enterprises to take on phase 2 of our Memorial Park improvement project.
Do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'm very sorry your mics were off. Was that Commissioner Maliga and Commissioner Stokes?
Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
mine's on.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, now, we are up to C, which is just public comment. We had a pre-agenda meeting recently. We talked about the 10, we had come to a rule where the first 10 people got read, and then we realized that not every comment takes 3 minutes or 2 minutes to do. So I think we discovered that we discussed at that point having a time limit rather than a number limit. And I think that all came from the fact that we spent more than an hour one night listening to public comment. So I think where we're at right now is we had talked about 30 minutes, I think, for public comment.
Are we talking from the city? From the clerk reading for 30 minutes or from total 30
Some of
minutes?
the clerk reading.
that's
If they're here, they get to be read.
So that'd technically be 10 at 3 minutes each.
Right.
Or less.
Or less.
If there's,
Right. I mean, some of them really, when they're read, they're less than a minute. They're minimum 2 minutes.
I think 30 minutes is good. I mean, poor Melissa doesn't want to sit there for, I don't think, 45 minutes to an hour.
Nor do we, I think. So, can I have a motion for that? Or any other input, something?
I think this is something that is, I've gotten a lot, ever since we did this rule. I've gotten a lot of input from it, and similar to what I discussed during my liaison report about like the bullying and comments of, calling CPS to take my unborn child away. Melissa wanted to come here and make a comment on that. But the really glaring thing that stood out to me, and it's not just from her, I've heard this from numerous people, that they really appreciate our online comment ability, because one, it's pretty rare. I think I only know of one other municipality that does it. I think Hollywood does it, right? And the common theme is the reason why is because one, getting up at a podium and speaking in front of people is intimidating to begin with. And also on certain issues, people have expressed to me, and it was surprising, and I won't name names, but it's people who, have a lot of experience in public issues, if you will, and whatnot. And I was surprised to hear from them that one of the reasons why they don't comment on particular issues is because of their treatment, not just in this room, but also on social media and elsewhere. And so, I think it's such a difficult thing to balance, because it's such a good tool to, open up public confidence, but we can't be here forever.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
is 30 minutes, I mean.
Right. And so I just wanted to get that out there that, this is more than just, taking off a box on how many people can comment. It's more like, I think we need to be, I just wanted to make sure we're looking at this as, this isn't about a convenience to us and how we run meetings. It's more about opportunity for people to get their viewpoints and their perspective out there.
So what are you suggesting?
It's really hard for me to put any kind of limit on certain things, because I feel like for most issues, it's almost self-limiting. We don't have an extreme amount of comments. Every once in a while, we'll get something where we get 100 comments for sure.
Right.
So, I mean, should we have an avenue where when that does happen, that we can, persuade, have some flexibility? I'm just throwing this out there because I want to hear everyone's thoughts. It's a fine line between limiting people's comments and giving them an opportunity to speak when they otherwise feel intimidated to come up to the podium.
Well, this is expanding our current rule.
On you next.
Thank you. This is expanding what we scaled it back to 10. And we will still have a minimum of 10, but if there are 2 minutes each, we can maybe squeeze an extra 1 or 2.
Right,
So this
that's
is
the
helping
point.
expand that a little bit. If we are going to go anything, if we're going to broaden this any more than what this is suggesting, then I think we do need to look at what some other places have had to do when they get a big volume of public comments. I think the school board, when they were dealing with all the people upset about masks and opening up the schools and everything like that, they ended up saying, we'll take this amount of public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Then we have actual business we need to do, and then we can revisit more public comment later in the evening. But so if we're going to broaden, we spent 2 hours tonight on presentations and public comment before we got to our first business item. So if I'm happy with this as it is now, and if we want to broaden it even more, then I think we need to look at ways to make sure that, what time do we end our meetings now? 11 o'clock?
11.
So, we need to make sure that we're staying open to public comments, but doing so in a way where we can get our business
So
done.
what are you suggesting?
I'm happy to do this for now.
Which is what?
We want the 30 minutes.
30,
That's
okay.
being suggested. If we want to extend, if we want to continue thinking about how to expand that, I think we need to look at other mechanisms, look at other
I mean, like Mr.
Right.
Gadd said, hardly anybody even allows that. So.
Yeah.
Right, and that's, and I want to clarify, I mean, that's kind of exactly what I'm saying. I'm definitely good with this, but you know, in those rare instances that we have the massive amounts of comments, like I would like to have, that's a separate conversation than what's being proposed here.
Point is what it was, we
Right.
spent 75 minutes listening to public comment.
I know, but I've gotten a lot of comments, you know, or a lot of concern from, like I said, from people and members of the public. You got one, you know, even today about frustration when their comments aren't.
She missed the deadline.
Well, this is 30 minutes. We only talk for 30 minutes on any item.
Right.
And this is 30 minutes to listen to the public.
And they can come to the meeting.
Come to the meeting and that's 30 minutes just from the online public. And then, so I feel okay with this.
Okay, Mr. Boyd.
Yeah, my concern is when people go to the website and they put in a comment, they put some effort into that. I think people get quite frustrated, and I've certainly heard that too, that they put the effort in and then it didn't get read. The 30 minutes doesn't really address that. I would say it might make more sense to say 10 is clearly too small a number frequently for issues. We don't have to hear from 100 comments, and we almost never do. I think it's happened once that we had a huge number of comments. I would make it a number, encourage people on the website to keep their comments out of respect for their fellow residents, to keep their comments as short as possible. If you can say I'm for it or I'm against it, and that's all you need to say, that's great. If you want to give a few reasons, that's great too, but keep it short if possible. And I would ask that the website give some indication. If we say that 15 comments or 25 comments are allowed, when it's hit 25, it tells the person, hey, don't bother typing your comment in because we've hit 25.
We read them. I read them.
Well, okay, that's fine that it could indicate they won't be read at the meeting. They will be available to the commission.
So if there's,
That's fine.
if there's,
That's-
if there's,
I don't have a problem with that.
if there's 25 comments at 3 minutes each, that's 75 minutes. Which is where we started the conversation, why we had to limit.
But we've also just agreed that they rarely are 3 minutes. Sometimes they are, but rare. So I would make it, the only problem, I hear the reasoning for the 30 minutes. It's not unreasonable, but there's no way to give feedback to people who take the trouble to put comments in that, well, you're not going to get read because it won't get to 30. That's why I would be inclined to do it as a number. And encourage people to keep them shorter rather than longer.
All right, so I think we have a number, it's 10. If you are numbers 1 through 10, your comment will be read. And then it's like that stretch goal, like any additional comments that we can end up to 30 minutes, we will. But for simplicity's sake, I understand, like, if I'm number 10, I'm in. If I'm number 11, oh, am I going to make it tonight? I don't know, but well, it doesn't really matter. You're already number 11. So under our current rules, you wouldn't have made it. So if you do get, it's like, yay, I made it.
So 30 minutes would work.
30 minutes would work, but we can, the way that we are messaging this is we will read, the first 10 public comments. We'll get them anyway. They'll all be 3 or less. So,
well, first 10 would be less than 30.
Right. So the first 10 are guaranteed. And then if we have time to read more, we'll read more.
Up to 30 minutes.
Up to 30 minutes.
30 minutes, right. Yeah, I mean, that's, it's the time. It's not how many we read, it's the time.
Right, but like, I understand if residents might not understand, where am I in the thing? Am I getting in? Am I not? But if we say top 10, you're in for sure.
Well, we know that.
Yeah, well, do the residents know it? It's to commissioners.
Yeah, I think the concern is you don't want to build unhappiness in the community that people take the trouble to type a comment. And I've heard that from many people. I put a comment in and it wasn't read. What the heck? And I understand where that's coming from. I understand that we don't want to be here till 3 a.m. So we need to do something.
So how do you feel about 30 minutes?
As long as it's, I'm not thrilled about it, but as long as it's on the website clearly, first 10 are okay, up to 30 minutes will be read and then you won't. And maybe give people some indication, hey, your number is 64, whatever. Or there are already really more useful is how many are in ahead of you so that you can make some guess. Is it worth my while to do that or should it come to the meeting? Give people some information so that they can plan it.
Madam Mayor.
That would be my indication. So I'm fine with the 30 minutes. provided that the website gives some feedback, there've already been X included.
Well,
Ms. Davis?
if we break down the 30 minutes, most comments are either 2-minute max or 3-minute max. So they give us a range of 10 to 15 comments based on the 30 minutes. Most, if Melissa can confirm, most comments are not 2 minutes long. Most don't go to the max. And so you most likely will get more than 10 to 15 comments. So it seems based on the timing and the length of the comments, you may get beyond what we currently received, the limit that we currently receive of 10.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I just want to let all of you know that it is very rare that I get more than 10 comments per item. Very, very rare.
Okay.
And right now, the website very clearly states about the 10 comments. We're going to revise it however you want. However, having a counter is not going to happen. But there is going to be a new public comment viewer where the person can sort the comments. So they'll be by meeting and by item. So they'll be able to see how many comments there are already.
Yeah, I read them and respond to them if I don't think they're going to be read in public. Commissioner Malega.
I just would like for us to be mindful that if we have 10, let's say if we have 13 people that submit, and one of the first 10 is somebody who does not live in the city of Lake Worth Beach, I would like our residents to have the first 10 opportunities. And then if it's somebody who's from outside the city, they unfortunately get moved down, but I think it's more important for us to be mindful of our residents and business owners than if we have somebody from Delray who sends in a comment on something that we're discussing.
That's an interesting thought. Mr. Diaz?
I would defer to our city attorney on that because, some flags are being raised for me. I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And let's face it, if someone really wants to be a comment, they'll just make up an address in Lake Worth.
Oh, there's that.
How are you going to police that? So I think
Suggesting that people would be untruthful?
never,
Thank you.
never would I make that suggestion.
Okay.
And I did have one more thing also for Melissa. You mentioned that a counter can't happen. Do you mean like a for and against counter?
No, I meant that if, as the vice mayor said, a counter so you know how many comments have been submitted before your own comment.
Okay.
Well, you can't, as you get them, you put them in, correct?
So as people write their comments for online, they're automatically posted to the website. And then an email is sent to the city clerk mailbox because there's not only my email and everybody in my office, but we have a general city clerk mailbox. So
Okay.
that goes there. And then I have to sort them by item, etc.
Okay, so they're not timed. They're not, so if I read them, they're not coming in. I'm not reading them as specifically as when they came in.
Well, what do you mean when you're reading them? Oh, when you're reading them, yes, they go on according to how they were submitted, yes.
Right. So the first one would be first and the second one would be second, like that?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Do you have any public comment, ma'am?
I do not.
Okay, I have two, Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. Please expand please expand read public comments to 25 to keep this important access point open. If 25 proves to be difficult, you can revise this item, revisit this item. 10 is too low, needs to be removed. Please raise to 25 or more. And then we have Peggy Fisher, who's in town in person here.
I came to the meeting. And I don't see anything else. Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. Since the public comment viewer has been online, which started with October 6th, I went back through all the comments, all 226 of them. And during that time, there have been 1, 2, 3 meetings of you all as regular commission meetings that have gone over 10 comments. One other one went over because the comments submitted for the L&M discussion on March 7th, the item was pulled. So the city clerk kept those comments for when it came back, and that resulted in 3 comments not being read. And surprisingly, after those 3 comments were not read, it suddenly became an issue again. Of course, it may have to do with who those 3 people were, but I'll leave that as it be. The other 2 were the Gulfstream meeting of 159, your housing crisis. You had a lot of people in the room, a lot of them who were not Lake Worth Beach residents. And then the second Gulfstream meeting, there were 117. And you had 2 utility meetings that both of those went over with comments on certain items. Again, it just depended on what the item was. So it's not a big problem for you all. The 30 minutes sounds reasonable, but it's not something that's happening all the time. I do think I don't know if the clerk has brought up her request of changing the time deadline.
That was going to be next, Ms. Fisher.
Yeah, and I support that totally because she's got way more to do and it's very clearly stated. And if you don't meet the deadline, you don't meet the deadline. The other thing that happens in looking at the comments are people put in the wrong date. And so what do we expect the clerk to police and correct all those? There needs to be some direction given to the clerk. If someone puts in the wrong date for the meeting and it doesn't get read, that's their problem. They did not put in their public comment correct. I don't think the city clerk should be expected to be the school teacher and correct human beings who are adults' mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have asked that the name and address of the person come up on the website when someone submits something, that because if you're here, you have to say your name and address. And I think the same should be fair. If you were submitting a comment, that your name and your address should also be there. And I'm sort of hoping that would happen pretty soon. Okay, so do you have any more discussion?
Before we continue discussion, can we have a motion to extend the meeting, please?
Motion to extend the meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I'm supporting both of these tonight and I'm happy to do it. I would love for, I don't know if our webmaster or anybody else can look at just the overall user experience of the public comment. So anything that we can do to make our clerk's life easier. I still am always amazed with all the technology and things that are capable, that in 2023, some things aren't able to be automated more easily, or
We are making some enhancements.
okay, because I definitely don't think she needs to be sorting through this stuff for an hour, but I do think technology can help if we can get some eyes on that. So, and then if that happens and we can implement some better user experience, then we can revisit if we want to extend, how long they have up into the meeting. But I wouldn't want to do that until we've been able to like streamline or use the tech to help out. So.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So the website is not going to be able to correct when people put in the wrong meeting. They not only put in the wrong meeting, they put in the wrong item. But when I read the comment, I realize what it's for, and then I make sure it's read during the appropriate time. I'm willing to obviously do that because I believe people should be heard.
Thank you.
I'm not complaining about that, but having the deadline, the packet goes out 11 or 12 days before the meeting. It's unfortunate that some people decide they're going to wait till the very last minute to submit public comment. Actually, the meetings are up for the next few months, so you can submit public participation through June right now. I think once the public comments revamped, Keith, our webmaster, has worked on it. I've looked it over. It looks really good. I didn't have him go live until we had this discussion tonight because obviously some direction will change on the website. But I do respectfully request to change the deadline to an hour before a meeting. It's just
Is it enough, actually?
I mean, in the best of all possible worlds, it would be 5 PM the day before a meeting, but I can live with an hour because it's way better. 15 minutes, I'm like a one-arm paper hanger.
Yeah.
If you want to do the day before the meeting, I'm not going to complain.
I don't hear a lot of support for that. So there's two things. One is to make it a 30-minute time limit, and the second piece would be to allow the time limit to be an hour before the meeting rather than 15 minutes, which is really.
And I still would encourage as much as possible, check it out with the webmaster to give some feedback so people know where they are if it's possible.
Well, they can
Certainly is technical.
They can go on the website and see how many comments have come in, just like any one of us can.
I'm pretty sure that computer technology is pretty advanced at this point, and it's not hard to tell people as they're putting in their comment, you're number 13 or you're number.
Well, I think we'd have to find out about that.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
as I stated with the new public comment viewer, the viewer will be able to sort the comments. So they can sort it to see how many comments have been submitted per item per meeting.
Okay, I don't quite understand what that means, but.
So that means that they can sort the comments, so they'll be in the order instead of the order in which they're submitted, which is for every item on the agenda. You can
Right.
sort it so you can see it sorted by public hearing, all the comments for public hearing A, and then all the comments for new business A. You'll be able to see how many were submitted for each item.
Okay.
And that's where I would say that if the computer can do the sorting, that means it knows the number N. And that's available to the computer. You could get the computer.
Well,
to simply
let's,
display that.
I think she'll
We
take a
will
look at that.
certainly talk with the webmaster to see if that's possible.
All right, so we have a motion about the 30, do we have a motion about the 30 minutes? We do, I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't get who made that motion.
Okay, was there a motion to, okay, so let's have a motion on the, let's split in two things. One is the 30 minutes. Do I have a motion to make it 30 minutes?
I'll move to make it 30 minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Now, moving it from 15 minutes before the meeting to an hour before the meeting, can I have a motion?
Motion to change the deadline to an hour before the meeting.
Second by Commissioner Malega.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Next up is,
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I just want to let the commission know that we have to make changes to the rules and procedures, Rezo, that this information is in. So it will go into effect when that resolution comes back to the commission.
Okay.
My goal is May 16th.
okay, thank you. Okay, discussion regarding city commission work sessions. I kind of brought this up because we've got so many conflicts with time. We've been doing this the second and fourth Wednesdays of the month from 9 to 10. I'm on the board of the Palm Beach County League of Cities. And their meeting is always the fourth Monday, so I can never make that pre-agenda meeting or never make the other meeting, which I've committed to do. I think Ms. Stokes, you have a conflict for the
Yeah.
Wednesday meetings as well. So let's try to find a date, a time, a day that would work.
Can we just do one a month?
Yeah.
I think that's a shame. I think that we do have conversations which are helpful and useful when we do it.
With budget and workshops and work sessions and changing our schedules all the time because somebody else's schedule doesn't coordinate, it's a lot.
I think
one a month is decent.
Commissioner Stokes?
Right, I think we have so many things that we're trying to move forward in the city right now that even at some of these meetings, I feel reluctant on like, do I really want to bring up another thing to add on to the plate of staff? Because we have so much that we're still trying to see that forward momentum on. So I do think one a month would be easier if we could all attend that one a month, because right now I am struggling to make things happen in the 9 to 5.
And I don't really see them as just making work for the staff. I think it's, we don't have really many opportunities. We sort of kick things around more casually, which is the only opportunity we get to do that. I mean,
Right.
so let's talk about a day that is pretty decent for everybody. And it's hard, sometimes I'll have a court case at 8:45 in the morning on Zoom, but Wednesday is the second and fourth Wednesday is definitely a
Could we
problem.
do a half hour before or an hour before the electric utility meeting?
An hour before the electric utility meeting?
Like, what if we did a 5 o'clock pre-agenda that Tuesday for the following month?
Here?
Yeah, because we're already gonna be here. I mean, we're already committed to that day. To me, I mean, me being self-employed, it's easier for me to say, okay, I've already carved out. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself, the fact that I need to be here. What I really don't like is that one workshop's at 5, the next one's at 6.
That's
Like,
all,
I
yeah.
cannot
It's a
coordinate
little
my
hard
life
to know
around
which one
that.
is going on.
Yeah, so if we can start setting workshops from 5 to 7 or from 6 to 8 and say that's what time workshops are always gonna be, it would be a lot easier,
Yeah.
because literally I almost missed the other one. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's 5 o'clock. I'm like, just going at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot to keep up with. I mean, I would be in favor if we could do one pre-agenda meeting for an hour before the electric utility meeting a month. I'm talking about anything, not just electric, but anything.
Commissioner Stokes.
I agree. I would lean towards having all our workshops start at 6. I understand it might be nice for staff to not have that gap in time, but I think it's good for us as we're transitioning from work life into city life to, when I'm rushing here to get here at 5, it's like not fun. With that said, the one thing I do worry about having, filling that gap with the electric utility for that hour with a pre-agenda meeting. I know when we would have closed door sessions and you would do that. You did that to a lot to us in the beginning. We had all these closed door sessions and things that we had to meet about. And we would do it right before a city meeting. And everything just felt so rushed. And like, so that's my only concern with like cramming on a regular basis every month, cramming in that out. Every electric utility meeting, we're coming in here.
Do that, or we have to try to find time on our off time. And obviously, if you have work conflicts and the mayor might be in court and he's out in the middle of a lagoon somewhere catching fish, I mean, it's hard for, at least that way, I'm like, I was saying, we're already gonna be here. It is a rush. The 5 o'clock grind is real, but at least like, I mean, we get in, we got to talk about in.
Keep in mind, we're speaking about the pre-agenda meeting, which
Right.
is an hour anyway.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
we really can't
So
go beyond an
5 to
hour.
6,
Yeah,
But the transition, you do have to have transition time
Between
the two
walking
meetings.
out, starting in, yeah.
It's just a very long day. So we rush here for the pre-agenda and then we get into a potentially 5-hour meeting with no break. And then I feel bad for whatever the last item is on that agenda. Because we're so exhausted by the end of it.
So is there another day during
Yeah.
the weekday in the morning?
More days.
I don't have an answer on the days, but personally, I think I agree with the mayor that the idea of having a fairly informal time, I'm okay with it being once a month or twice a month, that we can all have an opportunity to bring in things that, that maybe we want to add to an agenda, or just things that have come up. I think the Zoom part of it helps with that informal. And so I would be more inclined to make sure that we do all the workshops start them at 6, same time as our meeting. Because I think that'll make us all crazy that some are 5, some are 6. I've had the same experience that, oh shoot, if it's which way. So far it's worked. But so I would be more in favor of a Zoom meeting for once a month. And if I know in advance, I tend to can be flexible and not schedule field work.
And I don't have 8:45 on Mondays or Fridays.
Mondays or Fridays.
Mondays or Fridays.
My Fridays are usually open, but it's like,
Well, when we all
Fridays are better.
took this on,
I'm 9 to 3 at my club on Mondays, so.
so Fridays.
and staff, we still have staff coming to attending all these as well, right? The pre-agenda, they're there to ask any questions.
Yes,
and
they're all.
We don't really ask them any questions, though. I have to say, they're always there, but we really don't use
Use of their
them.
time.
Very often.
I mean, so I'm wondering if we need that, if a question comes up,
Might put them on call.
put them on call or just say, hey, give, Ms. Davis will take it to them and ask the question.
Does staff, do we
Okay.
have a meeting on Friday mornings?
No, not an organized meeting. No, they have their individual meetings and of course, work duties.
Friday morning could work, I mean, would work.
What about, all right, so if we're saying once a month, which I'm sad about, I think it should be twice a month. But what if we did it on Friday morning?
And this is by Zoom.
Yes.
Right, yeah. By, I mean, I would like to keep it at 2 meetings a month, I really would, but, Friday morning at 9:00. And then it really wouldn't matter. It's not like the night after. We don't have that many workshops on Thursday. Sometimes we do. But it's not like we've had this past month, we've had 9:00 after every, Tuesday. It's been pretty crazy. So if we did on Friday, the chances of having that sort of hungover experience for the next
Well,
day.
there
would be
is
less.
one issue. Now,
What's that?
keep in mind, we have a number of evening meetings. So a lot of times staff will take Friday off or have a short work day on Friday because they've worked many
And I'm
hours
suggesting
during the
that I don't know that we really need them.
I think we would be okay with, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really, it hangs them up for an hour. They're busy. We've got.
If any of us have something in our mind that we're thinking of ahead of time, can we say, oh, I've been hearing a lot about this in my neighborhood. I'm going to bring it up at pre-agenda. It might be helpful to have Department X there. And we can give a heads up if we think, but
Because
otherwise.
I know they sit there and we are rarely,
And we're not that interesting to us.
Mr. Diaz.
Mine, we're gonna be simple. I think, once a month is not great, but it seems like that's what works better. I kind of agree with you on that. And I feel like I don't have a say in this because I'm, my day job, I'm basically my own boss. And as you've noticed, sometimes I'll take a meeting from Kayak or whatever. So I have that flexibility. So I'm open to just about any of the days. And I was just gonna say, like, Zoom meetings, yes, and the informalness of it, I think is pivotal because a lot of issues I'll, my one-on-one with Carmen, I'll kind of feel it out. Can the staff, is this going to be too big of an ask, whatever? I would encourage us to do that before we bring something up, maybe on a pre-agenda, if we have an inkling that it might be a little too much of an ask. And I was just going to throw
Well,
that in there.
I'm so glad you said that because that could cover some issues that sometimes we bring up at the pre-agenda meeting. A lot of those, if you mentioned, bring it up at the one-on-one meeting, we could handle things at a staff level. Usually, and many of you know that if it's an issue that I feel like, well, that's an issue that seems like probably a large policy issue or an issue that the full commission need to consider. I usually say that, but many times we handle things at a staff level. So it could reduce the number of issues that you bring up just because you don't, what I'm trying to say is you don't have to bring up an issue that could be handled at staff level at a pre-agenda meeting. Usually it's more so trying to get the consensus of direction from a policy level from the
I don't think that's what their meetings are. It's really just, it's kind of like checking in with each other. Which,
but there are sometimes issues that are brought up at the pre-agenda that could be handled at staff level.
I just looked through the calendar for the next 18 months and I was looking at, okay, what if we did it the second Friday of the month? And the only holiday is Veterans Day on the second Friday of the month. So I was thinking, okay, if we do it on a Friday and people are off on weekend, for a holiday. So the second Friday in November is the 10th, that's Veterans Day. Otherwise, there's no holidays on that day. So it might work the second Friday of the month.
Keep in mind, there's sometimes holidays on Mondays.
Right.
Well, that's what we're talking about, Fridays.
That's why I said Friday.
I know, but sometimes people like to take a long weekend.
Well, we're not asking the staff to be there.
Depends on
Solve the problem right there, didn't we? Let's keep it simple.
Which
The second Friday of the month.
I'm trying, Marvin.
I'm here.
I think, I'm looking at the treasure.
I mean, I
think they're the third Friday, so.
I mean, I'd like to do, I still would like to do 2, maybe second and fourth. All right, so somebody make a minute, Mr.
Most.
Oh, great, one more comment.
I just kind of want to encourage Carmen. I mean, sometimes you travel on Friday, so I want to be super conscious of that. And like, I really want to, hear your perspective. I just don't want to get in the way of family time. You can zoom in, as
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
long as it's okay. Like,
She zoomed in a moving car. She's. Yeah.
I would say we can't do zooming in cars.
She's zoomed at an airport.
Don't take notes when you're driving.
Can we have a rule that if we zoom in a car that
ending in
has
June.
separate driver?
Yes, remember, that'll be over in June.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
So the traveling
I was gonna slow down.
That's true. Thank you.
to visit my family, Mrs.
Slow down.
will change after June.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So are we set on one or can we do 2 a month and see how that works?
Can we just do one for a while? I mean, if we have more stuff and we feel like we need to have two, I just feel like we're going into budget. And like this week was a grind. I mean, we literally have had 5 meetings and I mean,
And we have more for you.
yeah, I'm not talking to you right now.
Oh.
Somebody turn off her microphone. But I just think that especially right now where we have so many workshops and so much already on our plate. I mean, I know you love
So
to.
someone make a motion.
Motion to have one pre-agenda meeting on the second Friday of the month at 9 a.m. via Zoom.
Second,
Can we make it, can we be a little looser with the hour then if we're gonna do one month?
I mean, like if it goes over an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, if we're in the middle of a deep conversation, we're not gonna be like, all right, we all gotta go.
Well, we've been pretty strict about it to
Yeah.
keep it to an
my
hour.
Fridays are a lot more open than my other days, so I could hang on longer. I
So we'll have a
think
consensus to
now-
continue if we're there.
Yeah,
and we
if
go,
we're only doing it once a month, we might not experience that burnout. There've been times in the past where I'm like, I can't even think of something I
All
know.
right, all right. So do we have a motion?
And I
Do we
second
have
it.
a second, all in favor of the second Friday, 9 o'clock, maybe go over a little bit if we have to. Zoom, yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
And staff only
Doesn't.
needs to be on call.
Right.
That we don't.
One more thing that has come up while we're still, before we adjourned.
Oh, no, we got to talk work session. There's more. There are more. So concerning work sessions?
Oh, what?
No,
More
I have a suggestion on work sessions. Hopefully to make your life easier.
Okay, well, good luck on that.
Oh, I like this one.
We are having challenges, of course, juggling schedules, trying to find a work session when we need it. Can we set a defined work session day so that when staff needs a work session, we already have a day on the calendar to say, we're going to have work sessions, for instance, every Thursday,
Right.
not every Thursday.
Every Thursday?
Don't panic. No, once a month on Thursdays.
For what? No, I'm confused.
For a work session. So if we have a established placeholder,
Yeah.
so we don't have to speak to all 5 of you to say what day you have available for work session. Because right now I have a work session topic for you.
Do you
but
mean the
it's
evening or
hard-
during the day?
Evening's fine.
Thursday's good for me.
Unless you
used to
want to have work sessions in the day. That's another option as
A
well.
Saturday.
And I
No,
know.
no, I have to make a living sometime.
Really, go back to the evening.
All right, so you're saying Thursday?
So
Yes.
for instance, a Thursday once a month, and we know we have that established work session. That doesn't mean we have to fill it.
Mhm.
We can always say no work session this month because we don't have an
How
issue.
about the second Thursday, because we don't have a commission meeting?
Yeah, that's then right before the.
But work session's only 2 hours, so that's not like we're gonna
Right,
be here
right.
forever.
I can't do like a set day of like number week of the month.
Okay.
I think I saw in Palm Beach County, they're like, here's our 12 workshops. We don't know what any of the items are going to be, but
Right, that's what you're suggesting.
so I think if we wanted to look, I could tell you which days I'm available for a whole year, but I can't say it's always going to be the second Thursday.
Okay, so we can coordinate for a certain time period,
Aiming for one a month.
right?
And I think a goal of this.
That's
too
not
is
gonna
that
help
would
with
have-
scheduling.
But right now, we just had 2 workshops, right? We had a Thursday workshop and a Monday workshop. So I think part of this, when I saw it, thought this would be nice if we said, we can only handle so much. We want to make sure the decisions we're making in Congress are good. So we have 1 workshop a month. And if whatever we can fit in there, we fit in there. If another item comes up, it has to move to the next workshop in the next month. We're not trying to cram 3 workshops and 2 city meetings, an electric meeting, all in the 2-week period.
My question,
Try to space it out somewhere.
my question is there not a night that you can say once a month I can be there?
No. I can say, I can pick two Thursdays every month, but it might not always be the first and the third Thursday.
I'm sorry, you could do two Thursdays?
I have the availability. It's just not in a consistent, predictable that way, but I can give them to the city manager and say, these are all the Thursdays that I'm available. And there's always 2 to 3 a month that I'm available.
And we can work around that.
And then we can.
Stay. And the other thought about workshops, and I took a risk and tried this past Monday. And it worked. I put 2 items on there.
Yeah,
No one said anything.
well, we didn't know either.
And that's because it was hard finding another date, and some of those issues were
So you tried
time.
to push it up?
It worked.
Kind of.
Data driven.
But then our other workshops took the whole time.
Yeah,
for
right.
one item.
Mr. Diaz?
I think it's important to be clear that it's a placeholder. It's not mandatory.
Right.
And the option is if in the rare case that we do need more than one, then we have to go through the difficulty of scheduling. So yeah, I mean, I think it's important, and consistent start time though would be.
So everybody give Carmen their next year's Thursdays. What
And as a
Thursdays are available?
teaser, to maybe I will get a date. The topic that I'm trying to schedule
Yeah.
is our strategic planning
Oh,
session.
okay.
So, but I can't get a date.
Okay.
Yeah, that's hard. Okay, so where are we? One more thing that was brought up is a little off topic, but
So are we gonna have a motion on that, Madam Mayor?
you're so picky, Madam.
Well, no,
Clerk.
because it's a discussion, so we're all just gonna send you Thursdays that
Yes,
we're available,
Yeah.
but 6 p.m.
6 to 8.
6 to 8 is the lock time. And then I will coordinate among all of you
And can we just
a
have,
Thursday, once a month, say for the next 6 months. We'll
Yeah,
start.
just say the rest of the year? Well, that is almost.
That's a lot to juggle.
We're getting there.
If you don't understand what we go through on juggling 5
I do
schedules.
have a question for you. We got a lot of backlash for having a workshop and having people from the public here, and then we didn't listen, we didn't have any input. Do we feel that during workshops, we're gonna stay at that, so we stay at 2 hours? We're all in agreement, no matter how much heat we're getting from the people who come, and maybe we just need to make a reminder on our website that says, no public comment is taken during workshops. This is for the commission to work.
Some of the
And
people
have
seemed to think like
conversation.
they were being excluded, but there was.
Well, because they don't understand that
Right.
work sessions for us to do
Right.
this.
And that is typical.
We've
Right.
not consistent. I think in the beginning, we might not have been, but at one point, we're like, nope, these are.
But I'm saying, wait, can we just,
Yeah.
like, on the workshops, no public comment received, just a
Yeah.
reminder so people
Yeah.
know?
And I appreciate the last, you made the point that there were people who were very eager to speak, but it's not fair to the people who thought there wasn't.
And they came back tonight, or they could have sent a comment tonight. One last thing is been requested by one of the.
You need a motion?
Well, I just
How
want.
does this relate?
It's a little bit. It's scheduling stuff. I have had a request to bring to the commission about July 5th. Tuesday, July 5th is the first meeting in July. It's the day after July 4th. Does anybody have a problem if we can't? Do you want to have a meeting on July 5th or not?
No. Hard
That's
no.
where the request came from.
No. It is literally, the 4th of July is Monday. That doesn't make any sense. We would expect staff to come from long weekends and rush in here to have a meeting. I am begging our commission to please give everybody, especially we're getting ready to grind into budget. I think it's important for us to give that extra day of reprieve to staff.
So it's not on the agenda, but we can discuss it and
No argument from me.
what say you all?
Sounds good.
All right, so
So we will not have a meeting
on July
that
5th.
week at all.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, no meeting on the 5th of July.
I will cancel it and send out a revised schedule. Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
regarding the comment on work sessions, number one, the dates that there are work sessions, there is no date to choose for public comment. That's not available. So when you go to make a public comment and you have all the meetings to choose from, the work sessions are not available to be chosen for public comment.
Right,
But I will have something added, so it states there is no public comment at work sessions. The public has to be heard when you are acting on something, on an item.
And that
But
was,
at a work session, we are not doing any action, including not even making a motion to adjourn. You do not have to have public comment.
okay, Commissioner Stokes.
I have a question because some things have come up where we are revisiting things that already exist. So this is where I get a little confused if we're like, hey, let's have a work session of something that already exists, and we decide we have consensus that no, we don't want staff to spend time to do all this and everything else. We're not really taking action because but we are making a decision to keep things the way they are. So I feel like can we get some more clarity? It doesn't have to be tonight, but if we could get clarification around that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, Commissioner.
We have something that we're exploring changing, like something that already exists at a workshop. So to bring it back up again, for example, artificial turf is not allowed. It has not been allowed. And we had a workshop. Should we change that? If the direction is, we don't want to change that. Is that, it's not a motion because we're not voting on an ordinance. We're not voting on a change, but we're just saying staff don't spend time on bringing back something for us to vote on because
There's no vote.
there's no vote, right?
Wow.
So I think there's some confusion around what decisions we're allowed to make versus like, we can have a decision, we can have consensus, but we can't have like an actual formal action item vote on something. But we're allowed to make a decision.
You're not making a motion, you're not making a decision. But if you're all coming to consensus that says staff don't spend more time on this.
That's kind of a decision.
But it's not a motion where you're giving direction. So again, I know you're saying it's a fuzzy line.
Yeah.
But your workshops, you often talk about things and you may not say do this or don't do that, but staff will walk away saying, okay, we have kind of a sense of where the commission wants to go.
And then in the one-on-ones, they follow up.
And then you have a meeting to implement whatever it is you talked about at the workshop. If you decide at a workshop that, you want to bring back whatever item it is, then you're bringing it back for action. The workshops are always fuzzy in my mind too. They're always fuzzy. You got to always be careful that you're not making a decision, but you're discussing and gathering information. Basically, it's supposed to be a gathering information and sharing ideas.
In the legal world, we have to use the dreaded smell test.
Yeah, exactly. Does it smell like you're making a decision? And hopefully you're not. And usually you don't. Usually you're.
But haven't we and I hear you on the fuzzy, certainly, haven't we frequently at work sessions said, so do we have consensus to give direction to staff that generally go 45 degrees north or whatever?
But isn't it usually to come back within an agenda item that actually would implement that?
Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
What?
So as an example, last night, the work session on the advisory boards.
Yeah.
So there was consensus and the resolutions and ordinances relating to those three boards will be brought back to a meeting during which time the public can make comment.
All right. And we can discuss them.
That's right.
Right. I think we're all in agreement on that. So do we need a motion? What are we doing now?
Do you need a motion from us
Okay, we need a motion. We need a motion to do
about the date? We're just gonna meet with you about the date. We don't need a motion
We'll
right now.
coordinate that.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's-
I have consensus, Madam Mayor,
To do.
that you gave consensus to schedule a defined monthly work session to be used when there would be a topic.
Right, but we're talking about
scheduling them as we currently do.
But we're also talking about, I think, did we vote already? I've lost track completely. Have we voted on the Friday?
Yes, you do.
We did.
We did. All right, that's good. So,
Business is done.
I guess it's it. City Attorney, do you have a report?
Not on my life.
Not on your life?
Well, I thought we needed a little levity tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, after tonight,
Put it
yeah.
at the beginning.
All right, so do we have a motion?
Motion to adjourn?